Okay, it's September 18th, 2021, and the world is dramatically shifting. It just depends on your perception about where you are. So for many, many people all over this planet, they have been assembling for worldwide demonstration, a worldwide rally for freedom in cities and locations, in towns, in homes, wherever they could be connected together. In the Philippines, for instance, things have been such a crackdown that they were gathering on large virtual Zooms to help those that are making a choice that they matter, that their body matters, that they have the freedom and the right to speak, to think, moral conscience, to move, to assemble, essentially to live in health and to live as we were designed, unique, fabulous creations of Source, Great Spirit, God, whatever you want to call it. And we were given all those rights and freedoms upon the moment we were born. And this is why you might be looking at your friends and family and going, what is the issue? The issue is those are the rights and freedoms that we are standing for and vocalizing about, because those are your rights. It's called free will. And in this experience of free will, many people think that having a privilege to do something is freedom. Having the privilege to cast a vote is freedom. And in this beautiful land that we have called Canada for 150 years now, which was taken from the original people, and that in itself is a difficult one for many people to swallow, because if what they believed about history isn't true, and the original people actually never surrendered and never were conquered, and so still have rights to the land because they've always lived with the land. It's much different living with the land, living from your heart, than thinking up here in your mind and thinking that you have a possession. The 7 grandmothers' teachings, or have even those have been changed, as clan mothers are really the conscious connection, and mother and feminine have always been honored by original people, but even that has been shifted to make it chiefs and more of a masculine. So for instance, any treaties that have been signed, if they were signed by a man, they're illegitimate. So in the original peoples and connecting with the land, the 7 grandmothers' teachings are about love and honesty and truth and respect and humility. And all of those are components, for instance, of love. So law, the natural law, is love always wins. On the land, with the land, whether you're on the water, in the air, because all of this is creation. All of it's creation. How can you separate yourself from the wind, the air, the ocean, the breeze? You can perceive it as separate, but when you are awake and aware to the presence that's in every aspect, you realize we are all connected. And you just need to place your hand on your heart to be conscious of your breath and realize that is a gift that you were given. And when that gift of breath or heart stops, that is the time of transitioning. And it may seem that a medical doctor can intervene with that. However, there are many cases of medical doctors being unable to explain why someone they felt was going to die pulled off a respirator or lived, or quite the opposite. They felt the operation went extremely well, they did everything right, yet the person died. Your end of your experience here, if you choose to accept it, is going to come when it's going to come. And those of us that are assembling in heart, in body, in mind, all around this planet for worldwide demonstration, are doing it because we are here to live life. Life is in the moment. Life is embracing the now. It is being present. Present is the gift. The presence is the gift. However, so many of you were spelled, you were hypnotized from the moment you set foot into the Rockwell schools, the schools, you'll just call it a school, and you were taught what they wanted to teach you. And even though I was one of those that was taught all those things, and I got all the good grades, and I did all the so-called right things, and got the good career, and got the good paying job, and was set for life, I was diseased and disordered. There was a struggle going on within me always that this world just never made sense. And many of us that are assembled today in the various cities have thought we were the odd man out, that we saw it differently. We could have been labeled as the black sheep or the rebel or the misfit, right? We were the class clown, you know, all these labels that the well-educated have judged the ones in the classes that they felt they felt were not doing what they were supposed to be doing. Because when you're well-educated, you follow generally the process because you're so used to memorizing and doing it right. So you follow exactly what they've hypnotized you to be. So when they tell you that about how a virus has been a germ and this is how it happens and it's asymptomatic and you believe this all, yet every single one of you has a body for a reason, and you have a body to be discerning of what you feel and what you think. Those are the rights and freedoms that you have. And in those rights and freedoms, you get to discern between what feels good and what feels awful, what seems true, what seems right, and what seems honest and honorable. How is it that your lovely friend can have chosen to, for their own reasons, whether it was because, whatever their reasons are, they have the right to choose it, and they are going to be rejected going into the movie theater with you now because somebody in some position that you think you elected for the best interests of the people, which you'll soon find out is about the best interests of the corporations, because your governments are actually corporations. Dun, 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 dun. It's a difficult one to believe, isn't it? But it makes perfect sense. So when you recognize that this is what's going on, and you start to have a breakdown in a sense of your consensus reality. And that's what's happening. We have two clear different realities. And if you're in alignment and you're happy and joyful in your reality, great. But if you're in discontentment and struggling, then now is the time to connect. I am okay, it looks like, see, we're going to do here coast to coast, and we're starting from St. John's. And I've got Pam, which I think Pam is coming in from, if we're going to make this connection. I don't have your camera, Pam. I brought you up here. Is in Pittsburgh. I can't even hear you either. So see if
okay. Hi. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
Dun, dun, dun. Okay, so I'm going to let you work on seeing if you can get your camera and your audio to work, and then give me a wave, and up we'll go. So, because this is the beautiful thing about trusting the process and going with the flow, is life is a variety of experiences. Sometimes things work the way you want them to work, and sometimes they don't. And then you have a brand new experience. We're trying to connect with Newfoundland. And so as Newfoundland is, well, a fair distance away out in the middle of the ocean, sometimes internet isn't exactly works perfectly. It's just like sometimes when I've connected with people in Australia or the Philippines, India, sometimes it happens beautifully, like they're like right next door, and other times it's a bit of a challenge. But we want to bring you here coast to coast, what's going on and what people are feeling that are never being heard on one same platform, because we've been filtered by our traditional regular sources that we thought were there to honor all the people. And we've now realized they're not exactly. They're just there to honor the corporate narrative. So let me see if I can bring Pam up again and see if we can get this connection. Pam, bringing you up.
It's not working. Can't tell you.
Can you? We still haven't. We have this beautiful no picture. Can you speak audio?
No chat.
Dun dun dun.
Trying.
So yeah, we're gonna have to work on that one, Pam. And so in doing so, for those of you that are still stuck in a building, this is why I'm out here showing you the water behind. The wind is picking up a little bit, so I'm having a battle with a little bit of the umbrella here. And just keeping this vibe open. So if you are concerned about your health and well-being, I would suggest that you ask yourself, do thoughts of fear and doubting yourself and doubting others around you, or anger, how do they feel in your body? And notice what that feels like for you. Is it a comfortable feeling, or can you feel a tightening and a restriction? Do you even notice the sensations that are going on your body? The discomfort, maybe the squinching up that's happening, maybe the tension in your stomach. Like, really allow yourself to get present to what you're feeling when you're scared. Because most people that get scared, they constrict. And fear has a detrimental effect on your immune system. So if this was about health, that would be the fundamental shift in conversation that would be happening. Because we wouldn't be having everybody withdraw and isolate and constrict, because that amplifies the negative impact of fear on your body. We would be encouraging people to trust and believe that we have solutions, that there are treatments, that there is always new science popping up, because that's how scientists work. That would be the narrative if it really was about health. Since we've had the same story for 18 months about it, what is that? Isolate, stand 6 feet or 2 meters apart, wash your hands. Even that has kind of fallen away by a little bit, right? Get the injection. And then if cases are still mounting because of all the people that were injected and now carrying the virus, and now have the capability of spreading it the 2 weeks after they're injected. So think of all those millions of cases that are now present everywhere in the world. And if you read the fine print in most of the media reports, it will say the main story will say the unvaccinated. But if you read down further, the unvaccinated also considers the one that has the one jab. So let's go see here. It's about being aware of what you're noticing. I think we might actually have a connection here. And I have beautiful Kevin Hardy. Woohoo! Can you hear me, Kev?
I sure can.
Oh, you know what? That explains why I couldn't hear Pam either. I can hear you. Huh?
Maybe
How are
it's
you?
me. Where Pam? Let's try Pam again.
Let's try Pam again. Pam, hold on. Pam, can you talk now? Pam, we can hear you now, but you're a bit of an echo chamber.
It's a loud crowd, Jackie.
Yes, well, I'm going to get you up front and center here. So hold on just a second. I'm going to switch this around here. Let's hold on. Okay. Yes, look at that. So this is Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island you're sharing with us, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And Kevin,
Angie just stepped up to the podium here, so it might be getting a little loud.
perfect.
And I have to keep moving my phone towards my ear. I know I'm on a video chat, not a call, but I can't hear unless I do that. So
That's okay. You're coming around perfectly, even though you're doing it. So, Kevin, you've actually been involved in this movement for how long now? A year?
The movement, yeah, probably approximately a year, maybe a little bit less. The PPC thing, obviously, when the announcement for the election came, I was dismayed because I knew why it was called a snap election. And I was contacted by the party, so I showed interest in running in Malpeque. They had filled the spot in Malpeque and offered me Cardigan, and I accepted straight away. And well, I guess the rest is history. I'm not a politician, as you know. I see the desperation in people, and I just want to help alleviate. We don't know what that was going to look like yet. We need butts in the seats in Ottawa to do anything. But, maybe people will vote with their hearts and minds for a change, and we'll see what happens. See if we can change this country around big time.
And you said that so well at the very beginning, Kevin. You're not a politician, because we
No.
all know that the politicians, it doesn't matter what party that they were in, right? Never really delivered for the people, did they?
Yeah, look, I'm not a big fan of politicians. There's a few that are great people, but a lot of them, they're blind now. Outside the PPC, it really doesn't matter who you vote for. It's pretty much down to two parties, right? It's down to two ideologies, I should say. It's down to freedom or it's down to tyranny. And at this point, that's literally all that's left, right? So, I choose freedom. I believe in people. I believe in what people represent, which is humanity. And there's Chris. Oh, he loves the freedom, this man. He's one heck of a patriot, folks. I can tell you that much right now. So I lost my train of thought there. Horns and everything. It's great.
Isn't it? It's fabulous that there's so many people out there, right? The numbers keep growing.
Every single week, Jackie.
Yeah,
every week.
So, the election is on Monday. So do you get the day off, or do you get to hang out with watching, doing any last minute canvassing, or what's going on?
Right. Well, I'm going to do a little tomorrow. I have a tradition with a friend. They're having a birthday party, and I will be attending. I know I should be doing other things, but right now is the time for friends, because people are losing so many. I think it's time to really nurture the ones that we have left, because those are our true friends. So it's about 6 or 7 year tradition now. So I want to attend that. That's tonight, actually, out past Pownell. So tomorrow I will be meeting with somebody in a small business in Morale to discuss some issues that they're having. And a lady, I'll be maybe putting cards in some mailboxes. If anybody wants to come down there, I'll get a hold of some people that haven't had a chance to talk to me yet, and they could fire some questions my way, and I'll do my best to answer them. But other than that, no real canvassing other than tomorrow. Monday, it's just pretty much going to be a relaxing day. We're going to go to a friend's house, and we're going to have a few people together. I got dropped, as you know, from 50 to 20, so we got to deal with that. Cut some people out, which I don't like doing. So we'll see what happens there.
Well, I really want to acknowledge you for stepping up to be a candidate, because, I know you, but for those that, have never met you, this was way out of your comfort zone, wasn't it?
Yes, ma'am. That is very true. We were actually chatting last night, as you know. Yeah, I mean, I'm literally shaking. I'm not too bad doing these lives, right? Because I can't see anybody's faces looking at me, so that alleviates a little bit of my tension. But you know what? I mean, I know all these people are with me, so if I stumble, it's nothing they wouldn't do, right? So there's really no pressure on me. I'm not really expected to win. I have a fair shot. I mean, you know, I'm optimistic, but cautiously so. But I just, man, I really want to help people. You know, I see the desperation. I was talking to two people today that are on the verge of losing their jobs because they won't have an experimental drug put in their bodies. Like, what kind of insanity are we living through right now? People are accepting this. It's blowing me away. It really is.
It's literally like we're living in two different worlds. Like it completely, those that just think it's normal to just give up your body's rights, your own rights, moral conscience, like it just makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Because it's for the betterment of everybody else. Just sacrifice your body. And it's like, no. And, you know, on that note, I think you have got to be, what, 25 years younger than the present standing, Lawrence McCulley. And I want to just say this, for those that think Lawrence is about health and well-being, I went to him in 2016, probably still have the letter somewhere, and I explained to him some simple things that can be done for health PEI and to help me get into the provincial conversation and even federally. Simple things to reduce expenditures. And he just smiled, you know, said, I'll pass it on, because that's all they tend to do is if it doesn't fit with their corporate agenda.
Yeah, look, I mean, sorry about that. You got to jump in when you can. Yeah, look, I was telling people today, I was like, you know, I want to get down to the individual in politics, right? Like, it's time. Like, okay, so for example, I want to fix some docks over in Georgetown, right? They're in remarkable disrepair. Somebody's eventually going to get hurt. I'm shocked it hasn't already happened, okay? So what I want to do, I want to go down there and actually talk, have ideas on how best to fix it, what they need, because I don't know. I'm a guy trying to help, but I don't live it every day like they do. So the common sense approach to me would be ask people that are smarter than you and that know the issues of that area and what they're going through. I don't know how many bills they owe or what could help them pay them. They do. So I'm going to ask them. Right? Doesn't that make sense? Yeah. I'm not going to stand up there like Justin Trudeau and say, I was contacted by a bunch of nurses and they're overwhelmed. And he wasn't contacted by any nurses. What, do they have his cell phone number? Like, people believe this, right? These people, they're not talking to normal people. They don't care about normal people. Right? I mean, you know, and being one of them, I think it's time. If I wasn't running and I was an elector, a voter, right, I would be thinking, let's, you know, the hell with it. Let's vote for a normal Joe, paycheck to paycheck kind of guy, struggles just like us, understands the plight of our fight. I'd be like, yeah, I mean, we keep trying, you know, where does it get us? It get us, here's where it got us, that we have to resort to this.
Right.
Right? That's what it got us. So, my God, let's try something new, right? If we screw up, then you know there's no hope, right? No harm, no foul. You're not going to get any worse than you would before, right?
Exactly.
So, I mean, and people know what we're about. I mean, look at the platform. Outside of the whole freedom movement and everything, which obviously is the most important time ever. Mm-hmm. The platform itself, if you don't care about freedom, you don't care about anything, you just want, you know, common sense governance, that's what we're all about. Our guy, Maxime, literally, the guy's a financial genius. I mean, look at his record, look where he's worked, look what he's done, look what his positions were when he worked there. He's incredible. Financial responsibility, and that's what this country needs more than anything right now, outside freedom, because we've spent more money than we have. We've literally spent more money than the value of our country. Literally.
Well, I would say that there is no, I mean, the whole world is in debt, right? Like, that's part of the reason why the monetary system is about to shift dramatically, because there is no money left, right? There's no way the tax base can come up with it. So there's got to be a huge shift, and that's going to come from the people working.
My brother.
Yay! There you go.
He wasn't expecting that. I threw him off the boat in that one.
I'm gonna just see if I can get Pam up here again and we can hear her better. Just a sec.
Perfect.
Coming up, Pam.
I would pro-op.
It's not going to end. We do not want to live in communism.
No, that's Angie in the background talking about communism. I don't think that's Pam. All right. Maybe sign off and on again, Pam. See if that works. Go out of the lobby and then come back on and see if your settings get reset.
How you doing?
Okay.
Good. Good.
So when you get signed in, when you get in, Kevin, and they give you the Bible and they say, now put your hand on the Bible and swear your allegiance to the crown and all her successors, are you going to do that?
No, I believe, to my understanding, I believe that there is a few different options. I do believe, to my understanding, you have to do something, but it does not have to be the Bible, or any religious text, from my understanding.
Because your allegiance is to the people, correct?
What's that?
Your allegiance is to the people.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
And I think that's the fundamental difference. That's why we call it the People's Party.
People's Party. You got her. You got her. I mean, it's true, and I'm not just saying this, honest to God. When I was, I don't know, 14, 15, something like that, obviously didn't give two craps about politics, right? In terms of politicking, I still really don't. But I mean, I'm a super honest guy. So when I was about 15, maybe even 16, I thought to myself, these two parties, my parents always voted Liberal. And I was like, you know what? How come they're always rich? They're rich, kind of like assholery, you know, like just not, just, ugh. So I was like, so why isn't there a party for the people? Because I remember that old saying, you know, by the people, for the people, and stuff like that, right? So even as a kid, that was drilled into you, thankfully, actually. And so, I mean, I was like, yeah, well, why isn't there a party called the People's Party? And I thought, you know, what year was that? That was cheaper, 1996 or 7 or so. I have no, gross. I still think the 90s was 10 years ago. That's my problem. I can't get past that in my head. But I think I'm being called on now.
Okay.
I should pop off. Do you want me to try you again later?
Yeah,
I probably forget, to be honest with you, but I'll try to keep it in mind.
Yes, that'd be great. Okay, go have a great speech.
Perfect.
Lots of love.
Thank you, and thanks all.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
bye. So, you know, that's what's going on in Charlottetown. And Charlottetown is Prince Edward Island. Those are what we commonly call it. Epitech is the actual name the Mi'kmaq had for the island before, and it was even before it was called Prince Edward Island. I think it was called like not Anne's Island, but some other name. And this is what we do is we change things, right? So now is this time of change. And when we're working with the land and we're working with the people, it's a whole other vibe. Because I think when you actually ask most people, what do they want in their life? They want to be happy. They want to be loving and kind. And they don't want to harm other people. That's what's natural. However, we've grown up in a box of how society is to work. And the people that wanted to get out of the box were always seen as the troublemakers. And essentially, they're trying to broaden horizons. And if we look at the cloud computing now, that's what social media and cloud computing have brought to us, to see that every single individual can have their own social media account. They can have multiple social media accounts. They can express however they want. They can have their own YouTube channel. You know, they can do however they want to do in that space. And we're now going to see that implemented down in the world. But how do we do that when we built the world on like an IBM mainframe or an IBM PC with 3 floppy disks? So the structures of our existing world have to change to honor all the different perspectives. Because when you are young and you're coming from the space of there's a solution, there's a solution. There's always a solution. There's infinite possibilities in the universe. And if you're only thinking there's one possibility, then you're missing out on most of the universe. Even astrophysicists only know, I don't know, it varies, but between what I've read, somewhere between 40 to 60% of the universe. The rest is dark matter and dark energy. And they hypothesize about that. That's the beauty about statistics. Is the glass half empty, half full? If you took statistics in school, like I did, you know how easily they can be manipulated. Because 50% can work to your advantage or can work to your disadvantage, depending on your perspective and dissertation. The 80-20 rule is the Pareto principle, that 20% of the world, 20% do the 80% of what happens in the world. And right now you have an 80-20 kind of thing happening with the jab. The 80 that have just go ahead and complied because they wanted to travel, they wanted their life to come back normal, they wanted that. They were coerced and manipulated. However, they were given a choice. They were never given full disclosure. They were given the choice, and the choice was to take it. Some felt totally checked in with their inner guidance and felt to take it. Others went along with the system. The 20% had the same inner feeling. I said to the premier here on the island, I said, you know, when he was marching in the Pride March, do you notice the correlation between the people that are marching in the Pride March and the ones that are standing for freedom? And his response, well, we're wearing masks and you're not. And I said, everybody that's standing and marching with those in the Pride March are honoring those people's rights to decide that they love the same sex, that they felt something inwardly differently. Did they go to a doctor to get the doctor to validate what they felt? No. And everyone that's standing for freedom has an inner awareness and knowledge that knows what's going on, makes zero sense to them, and they are never going to participate in the scam. Looks like St. John's, Newfoundland is ready to join us now. This is so exciting. Here we go, coast to coast. Let's bring up Chad. Hey, how are you?
Hello. We're live from St. John's, Newfoundland, and we are going to flip the camera around. Just give me a minute to figure out what to do here. How do I flip it around?
I don't know if you can flip it. I had that problem last one. I think you're going to have to turn it around. Okay, there you go. So where are you now?
We are live in St. John's at the Confederation Building.
Okay.
We're sorry that we're late because the posters have been wrong. They said 1, we're supposed to be 12. So we are here. You can see a whole bunch of us here. We're just arriving, getting started. And behind me, you can see that we got a table back there.
Yes.
With a lot of stuff given out. Not for Canada, to take Action Canada. We're giving out the PPC, free t-shirts.
Mm-hmm.
So there's one to meet Shane. He is Dana.
Hi, Shane.
He's Dana's manager for the east end of the PPC for the payroll. As you can see, we have over about, I don't know, maybe how much funding right now?
Yeah, and Chad, like when you first started the first demonstration in St. John's, how many people did you have at that very first one?
I think we have roughly around 80, I do believe. We had 80, and then on May the 15th, we had about 30 to 60.
Yep.
And July 24th is the same amount. And then today we're having a youth rally here. It's bigger than what we've known. I'm proud of Newfoundland of finally waking up to all this. And even Shane can actually vouch for. So how many did we have on the first rally? Around 80?
About 80, I think anywhere from 60 to 80.
This is Shane. He is representative Dana McCaff, a manager for the PPC. And we have, this is the largest that we had, right?
Woo! This is climbing up on it. We had 135 at the hospital rally, so we're looking to beat that one now.
Perfect.
We're hoping we can push 200 today.
Yeah, we're hoping for 200 right here, and we'll keep you updated. And I know that
And lots of new faces here today.
That's the
we got some
awesome
brand
part,
new
right?
faces, and we got Dana here.
Does
Dana,
Dana want
my
to say
famous
hi?
Dana. She's running for PPC in the East
Hi.
End St. John's. This
Hi.
is the Worldwide Rally.
Oh my goodness, such a pleasure to meet you.
Well,
I'm supporting Canadian frontline nurses, so we brought everybody here too to join your rally.
that's it. So Dana, do you want to share a few words about why you decided to be the PPC candidate?
Well, absolutely. Number one, I'm a person. I'm not a politician. I have 2 children. I'm worried about our democracy. I'm worried about our freedoms, and essentially, I'm a humanitarian. That's my background. And I can't watch what's happening to our country, and it's coming fast and hard. And even if I'm successful or unsuccessful, hopefully I will be. It's a call to action. We're waking people up as we go along to the tyranny that isn't just exclusive to medical tyranny. As you know, in Saskatchewan yesterday, or not yesterday, on the 17th, they invoked an emergency act, which is exactly like the War Act, which means they can take properties, they can take people out of their homes. So if people think this is about a vaccine, it's not. It's about control and suppression. And I don't stand for that. And I don't mind flying in the face of adversary with all of these fine people here that are trying to protect everyone. And yeah, I'm in it for the fight. I'm in it for the fight. It's not about the politics. It's about the people. And I don't mind. I might be 5'5", but I got a big mouth and I got lots of people power. So
Well, that is so awesome, because we are all in this for the long haul, and I do foresee victory at hand. I really do, even though it looks like things are getting narrower and narrower. You know, they're really squishing the bejeebas out of people to wake them up, because just as you said, what's going on in Saskatchewan, right? This is never about a health. It was always about control. And as you know, I think almost the most educated, or the most, diligent, good citizen are the ones that are the hardest to snap out of it, because they have to actually look at themselves and see, oh my gosh, all the judgments they had about all the people that were stepping out of the box and speaking up throughout this period of time. And sometimes that's really hard to admit you're wrong.
well, and the fear, right? The fear of, actually seeing what's happening. I mean, we're a very Hollywood platform society where we think that somebody else is lined up to fight our battles, but that's not the case here. We need everybody on board to make this happen, and we have to have no compliance. No, our businesses are not going to discriminate based on politics, not medicine. It's a mandate. Small businesses even need to know, and this is just a little shout out to those guys, that human rights matters are not supported by law. If it's a mandate, it means that every small business in our country that follows these mandates leaves themselves open for a $5,000 to $35,000 fine that they won't get back by the provincial or federal governments. It's all smoke and mirrors to get us to surrender. And what we need everybody to do is say no. No, we don't surrender. This is not acceptable. And we are the people. We are the ones that form government. So if we're not happy with our government, when tyranny presents itself, it's our civic responsibility to raise a revolution. And that's what we all here today and across Canada are part of. We are the revolution and the resistance. Thank you for your time. I got to go join the tribe.
Okay. Thanks for sharing. Okay.
People from Canada, we're awake, we're aware, we're on the ground with you, and we support you 100%.
Awesome. Thank you so much. That was so great. There you go. And it's, what I love, Chad, is that I just had Kevin Hardy was on. He's one of the PP candidates here in PEI. And it's just like that sense of, you can feel this is the worldwide rally for freedom is about people. The People's Party is about people. And if you're a people, if you actually can identify that you're a living, breathing man or woman, then you can identify with us being peoples, right?
Yeah.
And this is our movement.
It's not only that, it's discrimination against the deaf human community, where the people can't even read the lips anymore because of the masses, and they won't take it off because the deaf people depend on the lip reading. And all this government is just leaves them behind, saying, we don't care about you. You just gonna have to shop on your own and find stuff on your own, and people are just gonna have to cover up. I mean, that's not right for the deaf and hard of hearing community. We need to be more vocal on the deaf and hard of hearing community because they're left out big time.
That's a very, very valid point that a lot of people just, never even think about. But the idea of, you're masked, and I mean, I've been visited a few times by those lovely little men in uniforms, and they've got the glasses on, the hats on, the masks on, and once upon a time, that was like a villain, right? And I've had to reframe that to realize that they are the villains. They are not protecting our rights and freedoms right now. It's only us, the people, that are being of, there are some people in those uniforms that are waking up outside of their jurisdiction, but essentially it is we, the people, claiming back our rights and freedoms that exist from the moment we were born.
Yeah, so I'm really happy to be joining, and I heard the wonderful news that November the 20th, it's the 5th Worldwide Rally!
Yay!
Number 5, I can't believe we've been on this journey together for 5 whole Worldwide Rally events. It's amazing just to be with your team in Germany, who is actually doing a poster. It's a wonderful thing to do. It's waking people up. That's all that matters. And we continue. We're starting to see more. Now this election comes up. People are now getting up because of the election. And I really think that they're really waking up because all of the news have been spreading about this and that. And they're saying, no, we got to do something now. And so it's been a real process here. We only have a few people, like a handful of people, like 80 people. Now we're getting hundreds by the hundreds. We got one in Corner Book today, doing on their rally, staying with us over in Corner Book, and with us sending the link so you can connect with them. But for the 5th one, I will send them a link.
Okay. They can, I mean, if you can, if I mean, it's the same thing, right? We're hoping it would be great if, we could almost have Halifax, St. John's, Fredericton, PI, all at the same time, right? But it's like we got to go with the flow. But we all truly are united in our hearts and our spirit,
Yeah.
And that's the amazing thing. The vibe is rippling over the planet and our country.
I mean, I'm seeing people are awakening, churches are waking up. I mean, my birthday was yesterday, and so I would ask the church, and one of my church opened up for prayer for today, just to waken people up, because it's going to take not more than just a rally. It's going to take prayer. It's going to take faith. It's going to have to all together as one. And it doesn't matter if you're a business or church goer or you're part of an association. Hard to do. So it's really wonderful seeing you. I'm going to join with something now. We have to before I go.
Well, just before you go, I'm going to sing you happy birthday. Happy birthday to Chad. Happy birthday to Chad. Happy birthday, dear Chad. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you very much. We're live. St. John's, Newfoundland.
All right.
Probably join you in a little bit. Just to
Okay.
get an update to show you that we have a bigger crowd.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks.
Bye
See you
bye.
soon. Bye. Now that is one of the great things about technology, right? And when my experiences is I became more awake and aware. Those synchronicities of when you think of somebody and they show up, or you just don't even have to reach out and send a message because they actually are in the same zone as you are. And that is an amazing experience. I've done that sometimes when I'm working with people on things online, and I have the thought to go in and change something, and then they reach out and they say, I just had the thought to do this, and I'm like, you know what, I just did that. And it's so very cool when you're in that vibe. So there's a concept, there's what is that phrase called, on the same wavelength. And those of us that are on the same wavelength, we're just on that wavelength. And to tell us to get off that wavelength, you can't tell us to get off that wavelength. You can't tell someone to stop feeling what they're feeling, even though we have done that to many children over their lives. We have told them, no, that's not what no. That person didn't mean to hurt you. No, 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 that's not what we meant. No, that's not the case. And we have we have squished people into a certain thought pattern. So now, as we learn to let other people share and express themselves, we start to discover that each individual has different needs, wants, and desires. And as we discover that and we learn to honor and respect that, like a social media page, then we see a whole new world evolving. How does it all evolve? You know what? That's the Great Awakening. The Great Awakening is the old world is going by the wayside. The idea that we are listening to somebody else about our rights and freedoms and thinking they give us the right and freedom to exist. No, the United Nations Human Declaration of Human Rights, the Bill of Rights, the Constitution, all validate our already existing rights and freedoms. Okay? They already existed. Every constitution only validates it. We were given those rights when we first took our first breath. And that is what's going on here all over the planet. And it's just continuing to expand. When we talk about the so-called waves of the virus, they're really new waves of individuals waking up and coming to the comprehension that the corporations are owning the governments. The governments do not stand for the people. They're owned by the corporations. And in most cases, they are corporations. And if that's new to you, you can go Google and start to see if your country is a corporation. And in that sense, corporations have no heart. They're created on paper. They're fictitious. They have limited liability. All they care about is profit and using the resources of our land, air, and water to benefit them and their mandates. Individuals like yourself and I and Chad and Pam and Dana and Kevin, etc., and all those around you care about individuals, people, heart to heart. This is why the cultures of the original people are coming back into full recognition, like the grandmother's teachings, because these principles come from the heart. And you never can conceive of heartfelt principles when you're always in your head. And this can be the longest journey from your mind to your heart. You've been trained up here, but we're moving to our heart. And if you've been so traumatized and so afraid to open your heart, this is going to be difficult for you to recognize that you've been had in so many ways. Okay, that this is a brand new awakening to all your heart's desires. And Worldwide Rally, we're standing up for that. All those freedoms, the freedom to speak, the freedom to move, the freedom to have moral conscience, the freedom of assembly, and the freedom of bodily autonomy. That means your own health. Those of us that have already had experiences like myself that were very sick, diseased, and disordered, and the medical system just would have had me on popping a pill a day, never having children, and just, walling away in my depression or mental health issues, they would have been okay with that because they would have made money, right? Doctors make money from me going to visits. Pharmaceutical companies make money. For me, healing and going complementary alternative and then moving towards source energy, well, that's a whole other vibe. And that doesn't necessarily make all these other organizations and corporations money, does it? So that's part of the wake-up call. If you're dependent on any other system for your freedoms, then you might want to check that out because you were given freedom the moment you were born. And those rights and freedoms are about the experience of life, which is in the moment, which is the present, and that is the gift. So it's great that we've had, Charlottetown pop on, we've had St. John's, Newfoundland pop on, Halifax is just getting going now, and Fredericton is just getting going now. So hopefully they'll be jumping on soon to share us what's happening there. If you too, wherever you are in the world, and you want to jump on and share your thoughts of what's going on in your side of the world, then you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to copy this link and put it in the comments here, because you can jump on and share what it is that you're feeling, what it is you are noticing in your part of the world, because the world is essentially like one big gigantic body, right? And nature, the elements of the water, the air, the earth, the land, and each of us are all part of it. Kind of like we're all a little cell. And, you know, the water could be considered like our blood, and the land could be considered like our bones, right? And we all need to work together. We never ask the heart to be like the liver or the brain to be like the knee. And that's where we're going to in our world, is complete love and respect for every single individual, and following the very basic principle of do no harm. Ultimately, if you're left to the natural rhythm of life, you're in the awe like a child does with their beautiful eyes, you know, and wanting to touch and experience, and you're honoring the connection. It is difficult to see how many things are being discriminated against now. It is challenging to watch people look at you straight eye to eye and say, well, just go get the jab. It's not such a big deal, right? It's infuriating for some to say, how is it that you are missing this fundamental concept that you think you can take my right away? Even when our military went to war previously, right? People had the choice to sign up to become a military member, and they had the choice to go to war. Yes, we did. In some places, they, you know, mandated enlisting you in 18, I think, in the States. But for the most part, a lot of people had the choice. I don't think Israel has the choice. I think all the men have to go for 2 years of service. So it's not always like that, but the idea is generally you're supposed to have a choice about whether or not you want to sacrifice your life. You might not think it's a big sacrifice, but I know it took me 20 years to get rid of the side effects of the vaccines that I had my whole life, and get off their mandate of what they thought was best for me. And when I cleared my system of all those things and detoxed of all their ideas of what made me healthy, I found health, and I'm able to help others find healing also from the inside out. It's a matter of belief busting and absorbing healing streams, just like you think there's cell waves or this internet connection. We're all connected, and you are connected to source energy that is going to feed your body, mind, and soul, to give you the right thoughts and to trust your inner guidance and to go forward in doing so. It's really quite simple. If you start to look in the direction that says there's an answer for what it is you're looking for, you will find it. Just like so many people have found connections and new friendships and new community all over this world. The lone wolves, the rebels have all discovered there's more lone wolves, there's more rebels, there are more black sheep, except we're loving and kind and open-hearted and really welcome each other and take care of each other. It's a different space and time versus the neighbor that doesn't want to talk to you, right? That closes the door as soon as you drive up in the driveway because they're scared and isolated with their own belief systems. It's all here. It starts here. This is your thoughts and your own moral conscience that comes through. And when you can learn to navigate that, you'll start to find that you really do have these rights and freedoms that are being, that we're all standing for and vocalizing here at Worldwide Demonstration 4.0. And as you heard Chad, or maybe you missed Chad saying, 5.0 is November 20th. And between now and then, there's going to be a lot of others that are going to wake up to the stories that have been told and what is really actually going on. So as Dana said, that Saskatchewan, which is in the middle of Canada right now, just came out with an emergency order, like a War Act measure, that says we are able to take any of your property away if we so choose. How does that relate to anything that's going on? If you haven't figured out that COVID, the virus is COVID, and it just coincidentally also stands for, let's just say, a certification of vaccine identity. Isn't that a coincidence that they knew that? And people told you about this 18 months ago, and now you're experiencing it. I know it's difficult to think the worst. You always want to think the best of others, especially those that are in the powers of what we consider the governments. But it's really clear that they are taken over by the corporations who have zero heart, no liability to any individual in the basic rule of law. Individuals to individuals, yes, this is where we're going back to the natural way of being. And the indigenous, the natives, the original people, all over this planet are rising up and adopting and claiming back all of those of heart-minded to work together to be the new norm of person to person, heart to heart, community. The original people have, the ones that haven't sold out in Canada to the banned corporations, okay? Those are the ones that are just corporate Indians, okay? The ones that are just native and original living heart to heart are the honorable ones. And we are all coming into heart resonance with all of that. We actually started a Heart Walkers Sunday morning for those that need help transitioning from, the old world to the new world, from the mind to the heart. Because as we're out and about in our day, we're hit with a lot of adversity. We're hit with a lot of different opinions. And so when you're consciously connected with those that are only going to be in the high vibe and reframe it like we do in Heart Walkers, then you're empowered. And so many, we had our first one last week, and everybody was like, wow, this is exactly what I need. I've been knocking on the freedom movement for the past 18 months. And you do start to get, in this vibe of, oh my gosh, it's seeming desperate. And sometimes like we're out there, the numbers are growing, but they're constantly restricting our rights even further, it seems. But when you realize our rights are here, our rights are in the infinite possibilities, and you're surrounded by a group that can hold that. And I hold the divine energy source during those calls. Things open up and joy is felt, and you start to transcend in a new way. And just like the weather has shifted here, I'm like, okay, it's just cloudy. It hasn't started to rain or anything, so I can still stay outside because I'd like to be able to give you this beautiful view for those that really are just getting to see the city walls of wherever you are right now. Okay, so any questions, you can put them in the chat also, right? If you've got something to say. And again, I encourage you to click on the link in the comments if you yourself want to jump in. It's very much, I've done Global Party before. Global Party was hosting interviews, every hour on the hour. So sometimes I had 5 minutes in between the interview, but I still had 5 minutes to quickly go to the washroom or something. And it was scheduled. This one is really going with the flow, as everybody needs to be where they are and what they're doing, because that's where they are. And to trust the process of how it's going to unfold. So you yourself are a reporter, because you get to report on the events around you. And when you share what you see from your own personal experience, that does affect the other people around you. I've discovered that when I quote facts from other people, they can easily be questioned. Oh yeah, well, I read such and such, right? Oh yeah. That's slanted because of that freedom movement. But when I say to somebody, do you actually know somebody personally that was completely healthy and then all of a sudden got COVID, wasn't put on a ventilator, and died? I've yet to have somebody say yes. Okay. I've had many people say, well, I know someone that's had COVID. And I go, I go, really? And I go, who? And they go, well, it's a friend of a friend that said that so-and-so had it. And I say, oh, so you don't actually know them personally? Well, I know the person who knows the person who knows the person. And I'm saying, well, just consider for a moment, if it is a so-called pandemic where people are rapidly dying all over the place, you need to notice that. And if you're seeing sickness escalating in your family and friends that have been jabbed, then you might want to ask yourself, what is the common ingredient? A good scientist always is looking for answers. So the doctors and scientists that care about people started in April of last year, after the initial trauma and fear of everybody going, oh my gosh, what's going to happen? We're going to have bodies falling all over the place. They all started to get to work to seek out answers. Yet those answers never got to mainstream. That's called censorship. However, if you never posted anything like that, you never would know you got censored. And until you have that experience. So I myself have been censored. I got censored once for saying that my joy was more contagious than the virus. And so that was no. YouTube said, no, I can't say that. So it's your own personal experiences that help other people open their hearts. I was in a conversation. So I'd been talking with these 3 people that had each had their double vax, and each one had different inoculations. Okay, and so they mixed up their vaccines. And we'd been talking for hours and laughing and joyful, and they really got to know about my healing component and how I help people, and that I'm a big stand for freedom and the bridging of the gap and unity and all that good stuff. And then all of a sudden, the older woman turns to me, she goes, well, you're vaccinated, aren't you? And I just kind of laughed, and I was like, no, like, haven't you not been paying attention? It was my thought this whole time. And her immediate, like, you could just see the energy just shifted. And she goes, but you care about people. And I said, absolutely, I care about people. That's why I've chosen to not get vaccinated. And she's like, I said, is that why you got vaccinated? And she goes, well, yeah, I care about people. So that's why I got it. I go, okay. And then the other woman says, well, you won't be able to travel. And I said, well, that remains to be seen. Okay, I'm not being coerced, right? I know that I'm being guided to say no, and I'm saying no. I said, is that why you got vaccinated? And she's like, yeah, because I want to travel. That's called coercion. Okay, hold out the carrot. Maybe some of you that are parents used to do that with your kids. If you clean up your room, then you can watch a movie, right? Coercion. It's subtle because you're still getting to make up the decision to clean up your room. You're still making the decision to go and get the jab, even though you were under the influence. And the third person said to me, was a man, the other 2 were women, and he said, well, we watched a documentary the other night on anti-vax. So you're an anti-vaxxer? And I smiled and I said, just about an hour ago, didn't I tell you that I had got a tetanus vaccine 2 years ago when I stepped on a rusty nail? I said, does that sound like an anti-vaxxer? And he looked at me and he goes, well, I said, however, after all I've been talking about unity and working with people heart to heart and the whole vibe we've been having, you're letting that documentary film influence you on your perceptions of me, a living, breathing woman. And I could see the slot machine, things were dropping in his head. And he said, well, yeah, but you're different. And I'm like, yeah, I actually trust my body. I trust the divine nature of things. And I trust that everybody's receiving what they're receiving. So you all 3 are telling me you got vaccinated because you think you're going to get something better. And I'm saying I already feel healthy, and I already know I'm only spreading health. I've hugged more people this past 18 months because they wanted a hug, they wanted connection, and I fed them full of loving, healing vibes every time and made sure that they connected eye to eye, heart to heart. And that's me. That's not everybody else. But those of us that know that we know what we know, that's health, it's from inside out, it's backwards, forwards, we are there 100%. And those that are uncertain and are still running to the doctor to get validated and still on a bunch of other medication or are 3 times obese or are eating fast food all the time, well, I'm sorry. If it was about health, maybe one of the health ministers would have talked about health, would have talked about, well, you know what, this is the perfect time when you're isolating at home to start to take care of your health. Instead of stocking your pantry with, those box foods, start to eat more organic because you're forced to stay home for those 14 days. So go on a diet, get healthy, have vitamin D, right? There would have been a whole other conversation. The more you think about, the better thoughts it would be. There would never been the conversation that was going on. But it was a perfect conversation to have people lined up to get inoculated and then to start to take away your rights and freedoms that you think come from the government. But actually, you can also look at it saying it's a great opportunity to see that they were never rights, they were privileges. And if you didn't follow what they wanted you to do, there was a consequence. And so consequences and privileges that are given to you by the government that works for the corporation is a completely different story than being a living, breathing man or woman, sentient being, born with rights and freedoms to breathe, to speak, to move your body, to assemble, and to have your own thought processes, your own feelings, your own emotions. If we can honor that somebody else is attracted and wants to be with the same sex or wants to change their gender identity, we can honor that somebody has chosen that they are healthy and they're only sending out healthy vibes and they have the right for their own bodily autonomy. That is fundamental in us comprehending what's truly going on right now. I am a woman commonly called Jacqueline. Once upon a time, I had believed and been trained to say I was my name and that that name is a person and a person is who I identify with. The person is the identification that the government has made for me. And this was validated, I think last week, the week before, when one of those little men in uniform came to me and I asked him, I said, are you a man or are you a person? And he said, I'm a person. I can't talk about gender identity anymore. Now, if you know anything about law and you start to look through your terms and conditions of your Health Act, I'm sure you'll discover that your Health Act is to all persons. All persons. In Prince Edward Island, for instance, it's to all persons residing or present in Prince Edward Island. So a woman or a man is separate from a person. You've been trained to think it's the same thing, but it's not. Because lawyers argue about the simplest little word. So when they're making a contract, they're very precise on their words. And this is one of the things we're all getting trained on, is the words we've been trained to use push us into a consensual relationship with them because we don't know any different until we know what's going on. And I just see this as an opportunity to learn. So a person residing, reservation. Did anybody put any Indians in the reservations? Look up the word res. See what the word res really means. Res is like a thing, okay? So I live in my body, right? The spirit is in me. This gives me life, whatever's there. So wherever my feet are on the ground, that's where I am because I live with the land. If I'm on the water, I'm with the water, right? I have a house that I stay in. So I'm a woman that lives with the land on Prince Edward Island. I am never a person residing or present on Prince Edward Island. And Prince Edward Island isn't even the name of the land I live on because I live on Turtle Island. And Turtle Island is North America, South America, and the Caribbean. Some think it's the whole world. So your language is key. Your language changes the whole dynamic. The beautiful friend, Matt Leclaw from the People of the Rock. And he says, no more corporatization of our language, no more colonialization. If you call yourself a person, get out of the conversation with me. If you call yourself a chief, get out of the conversation with me. These are all English colonial words that we were given to hang out with them in their language and then play by their rules. So if you step out of that box and you start to say, you know what, my rules are different. My nation is different. My nation is a de jure nation. So the Anishinaabe Solutrean Métis Indigenous Nation and the peoples of the Salmon, east to west, have come together and are creating more and more hearts that are opening to recognize the same thing like the People's Party, that we're all in this together, right? We're all in this together when you have a heart that wants to connect and be one. When you just think up here in the mind and you think only from the past, you're only going to get the past. But the whole idea of cloud computing and the whole idea of, the future is there's infinite possibilities. So if you start today and you start to focus on your vision of what really brings you heart, if it's prayer or meditation, every night at 8:30, people all around the world in their time zone are meditating for unity, peace, freedom. Unity, peace, freedom, love conquers all. Law, love always wins. When you're in that vibe, things start to change. Your body feels differently. And to contrast that, if you need to have experience, you go back and you start to think about, oh my gosh, struggle, strife, fight, anger, fear, and you notice things shift. Wouldn't it be lovely that everybody's hugging? Wouldn't it be lovely, as we talk about on the sister circle of Turtle Island, the healing circle, we talk about wows. We talk about wows, and we have everybody declare different things, whatever they feel like in that moment on Sundays and Thursdays, what they feel that they're calling into the world. And we all claim, and so it is. And you might think, well, that's just imagination. That's not real life. Science has shown you that your brain doesn't know the difference between real or imagined. So if what you're thinking about and what you're feeling about isn't giving you the results you want in your life, and you're like, oh, but I've been wanting freedom and look at what they're doing, I'm going to caution you on the fact that it's not just about, it's understanding, it's a comprehension that the old world is like a caterpillar and it's falling away. And we were forced into the chrysalis in March 2020, and now we're going to turn into butterflies. And in this process, the caterpillar completely disappears. Breakdown totally happens. Everything needs to fall apart. And we're at the point now the caterpillar is basically gone and the butterfly is about to emerge, but it sure looks like we don't know where we're going. But if you can start to trust the process, that you're growing a beautiful new body in a beautiful new world and your wings are starting to grow stronger, then you're going to emerge, okay? And it's going to be a completely heart-to-heart, beautiful world. And, this is what's happening now. And I'm just, wanting to see if I can get Fredericton and St. John's back on here, and Halifax coming in. That would be great. Toronto is, Toronto is just starting to get going too. So maybe we can connect over there. Let me see where Alex is in Quebec. Sometimes connections just don't happen, right? Like that's part of the process here. So I'm just going to take a peek and see. Okay. All right. Okay, I got somebody that looks like Italy is looking to join us here. So hold on a second. Going to get a recap over there if we can get this happening. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, and again, I am totally opening this to any of you that want to jump on, because really, this is about every one of you. So if you've been watching and you have an experience you want to share with everybody here at Worldwide Demonstration, Canada Coast to Coast, just waiting for those that are in the various cities. We've got individuals in Halifax, Fredericton. We've already had Charlottetown, St. John's. They're doing a convoy in Quebec, which is fabulous. They've always had such fabulous turnouts in Quebec. Toronto, there's different places also in Ontario, in the Hamilton, Burlington, and I think up in North Bay. And then Winnipeg over to nothing, I believe, is happening in Saskatchewan that I'm aware of for Worldwide Rally. And then we're into Alberta. You've got Calgary and Edmonton. And there are many places in BC, Kamloops, Kelowna, Salt Spring, Seychelles, the Kootenays, and Vancouver and Victoria. So there's a lot of people, and the numbers are growing. If you've seen, the movements with the nurses, and the last one that was, everyone was out in silence, the emergency workers standing in silence. It is a sense of silence is very powerful. Silence sometimes can be more powerful than our words, because we can allow for other things to come in and new thoughts and ideas. And then that's where, in the sense of having intentions or global prayer and meditation, things like that, it's like the magic can happen, because there are infinite possibilities. I cannot see my breath. I don't know about you. When you breathe, it just breathes. And I know there's always enough air for me to breathe as for everyone on the planet. So I know there's abundance of our resources, of our talents, of our experiences. And I do have complete faith that every one of us is unique and special, has a gift and a passion to bring forward. Every person, every individual is just as important as another. Each task or gift that we have is like a tapestry. We each are one of those ribbons, and together we create a masterpiece, or like a symphony. Even if you're the person that just does the ding on the triangle, right? That is just as essential, or the bang on the cymbals, in the symphony that's produced. When we recognize that everyone has a role, everyone has a part to play, even the ones that are seeming to take away our rights and freedoms, the ones that are saying, and they're turning the other way, that too has a process. Because when things get so restricted, in the sense, so negative, so disenfranchised, a lot of people make that change. I'm sure in your own family and friends, there have been people that maybe you could see that they were getting stressed and they were getting sicker or more tired, but they waited until they got the diagnosis of cancer or diabetes or had a heart attack, that they made a shift. Or there may have been people that knew, let's say a hurricane was coming, but they thought, it's going to be okay. And then poof, they were hurt in the process of staying back in their house. So sometimes people do need to get impacted in a forceful way before they take action. And again, timing will be right for everybody. So instead of you thinking that this is the fourth Delta wave or whatever they're telling you about that's coming, this is the next wave of awakening of the individuals that thought that everything that they told you from day one was true. And now that their rights and freedoms are being taken away from them by the governments, they're now standing up with soul to soul, heart to heart, eye to eye, arm in arm, all across this planet. And it's a fabulous, fabulous time. Okay, I'm just getting a message in here. Let's see who's coming in. Okay, so again, there is a link in the comments if you'd like to jump on yourself and express your feelings, your experience of what's going on for you today, September 18th worldwide demonstration. Let's put it this way, it's just finished, so it's 5:30 in Italy, and we're just seeing if they can jump on and share a recap. And I also have somebody coming in, looks like they're coming shortly to give us an update on what happened in the Philippines. They themselves, they weren't able to get out in public, so they were literally joining together in a virtual Zoom, trying to lift the spirits of those that feel like their whole world is disappearing. And it truly is, in a sense, disappearing, because we are going to come up with newer, better, more innovative ways. This is, if you're honest with yourself, many of us have been asking for years to find better ways of working, taking care of poverty, taking care of homelessness, taking care of nature, feeding people, having jobs instead of just being on a treadmill of working paycheck to paycheck. So there's a lot of things that are going to fall apart as this whole world collapses, because we will stand for our rights and freedoms. We will speak about our rights and freedoms. We will claim our rights and freedoms. We know who we are. We are consciously co-creating our world. And this is what's happening right here and right now. And if you need to find somebody and connect with somebody to be aligned with them, reach out, because there's always going to be somebody in your neighborhood. My site actually is Best Whole New World. And so if you're looking for whether it's a sisters healing circle, we do those Zooms, or your heart walkers on Sunday mornings for males and females. Those are free calls that we offer up to help people navigate the transition. Because when you're connected in community, heart to heart, wherever you are in the world, you know that you have the strength and the power to move through this. It can be very, very challenging. It can be very, very disturbing, but it can also be uplifting and transforming. And if you can keep that visual, that really it is like the transformation from the caterpillar to the butterfly, and you are going to have a world that's extraordinary once this is all done, and keep moving and trusting your own inner guidance and connecting with others around you, it turns into a wonderful, magical place. And it might just start here or start there in the feeling, but it does happen. I know some of these things from my own personal experience. I stepped away when I said I was diseased and disordered at a young age and been popping pills for 10 years, prescribed drugs, and that was going to be my way of life. I ventured out and gave up my career and my set for life, job in that sense for at 28. So I know what that's like to basically jump on a plane, fly off to Africa, and never come back to that world again. Because what I saw in Eastern and Southern Africa when I traveled was people that were happy and joyous with basically no material possessions. Yet I owned my own condo, and I had 2 closets, walk-in closet filled with clothes. And I would still say, I don't need nothing. I need to have the labels. I need to have the names. I need to have the red shoes with the red, I needed to have everything. And I was always going shopping because I always had the money. It was always about materialism. So it was a dramatic shift for me at that moment. That was kind of my normal shifted at that moment. And when I came back, I could never participate. That was 1991. And then since I was never, that was the last time I took drugs, is when I went out there. And so when I started my own healing from the inside out, it wasn't easy. And I was back and forth like a tennis ball between what I was taught and what I started to feel, and what I was taught and what I started to feel. And it's a journey. It's a journey. But as those extremes became less and less, kind of like that pendulum swinging, and then slowly it stops, and the power is fully within. So I found a book 3 weeks before my firstborn. It said what every parent should know about childhood immunization. So I thought, perfect book. I should read it. Surprise! I was going to do no dairy, no food, no sugar for the first year of her life. I was going to make sure she was only getting good breast milk and really, good organic food. But the vaccines were made with thimerosal mercury and aluminum, or thimerosal formaldehyde and aluminum. And that made me kind of go, huh? What? What are you talking about? So that began my, what? Let's do some research. So even though the doctor, at 5 days old was like, oh, if you don't vaccinate her, come back in 2 months. And if you don't vaccinate her, she won't get to go to school. I could feel how they were coercing and how they were using fear to intimidate me. And that's a lot when you're a mom and you've got this beautiful creation in your hand and all you want to do is take the best care of them, to think, uh-oh, am I screwing up her life? So trusting your inner guidance and trusting your gut feel is an entirely different realm that we're not trained on in school. We're educated differently. So hence, you've got the back and forth. So from that perspective, I had to learn to trust, and it ended up trusting and slowly getting myself completely and my kids off the medical system, moving to alternative and complementary. And then I even had the feeling to pull them out of school and unschool them, because I realized what they're being taught in school is programming. And as adults, they've made the decision once, that they finished, they have gone on to higher education, right? But that's their choice and that's their life now. I can only do what I felt was best for them. And that's all any parent can do. And that's all you can do also for yourself, is trust your own inner guidance. Trust your gut feel, trust your inner knowing, trust your divine positioning system, trust your global positioning system, inner you, whatever you want to call it. Okay, I'm thinking I'm losing connection here for a second. Hold on, I got a dun dun dun. So Worldwide Rally, Worldwide Demonstration is the organization that started this in Germany, Kassel, Germany. It began in March. And this is number 4. Okay, March, May, July. Now we're into, where are we now? September. And then November 20th will be number 5. Okay. And between now and then, there'll be a huge shift in consciousness that's happening, because pretty much all the Western or the G20 countries will have implemented the restrictions on mandatory vaccines. The key is learning the words and learning the paper they put on you. You're so used to following when they give you a piece of paper or they say the word is mandatory, but is it really mandatory? As I've said before, if you identify with the person, you're likely falling right into their scope of their legalese. If you identify with yourself as a woman or a man or a sentient being, you're going to discover that there's a whole other world of possibilities for you. So common law, natural law, you might have heard some of those things, sovereign, being sovereign, they're all new words in a sense, maybe for you, maybe not, but that start to open up the idea that law is completely different than legal. Law is something that was just universal laws, natural law. It just is about doing no harm, wanting to love and care for each other. That's law. And when we're left to our own devices, we actually treat other people with love and respect. We honor, we work things out. If I did something to hurt somebody, we go, oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't know that. We work it out. Legal is wanting to always have a divide and conquer, wanting to make someone right or wrong. And that has been a consistent throughout history. Her story is going to be completely different. Cooperative, collaborative, co-creative. That's the future. His story is divide and conquer, right? There's many many that have masculine energy that have known this from day one, almost since they were a kid, that they are aligned with their heart and cooperation and collaboration. It was beautiful. A couple men shared last week that were just saying, I had known when the first time I was in church, right, that something didn't resonate. My God was a different God that they were telling about. Another one said, I knew when I was in school, what they were telling about didn't make sense. That's not how the history went. So some of the things that we've been told have been manipulated in order to teach us, hypnotize us into a way of being. And we were taught, right, when you went to school, learn everything. Everything they tell you, learn it and memorize it. Memorize it, know it, so you can regurgitate it. And that's now what we're doing. We're unlearning. The whole system is falling apart because we're unlearning the way the world works. It's impossible to go back into time when the original people were on the land and just say, oh, it's their land, okay? Let's all go back to their ways. You can't do that. You have to have a blending, a coming together of ancient ways of honoring each other with new and innovative ways of doing it. And that is what's going on now. It's a metamorphosis as we're letting go of the old and opening to the new. And in the process, it is going to seem a little bumpy. But if you can keep your heart open to trusting yourself and envisioning that it is going to turn around, you're going to see that these corporate structures that own the governments are going to collapse. And there will be answers that will come. I don't know, I'm kind of thinking Avatar, right? Do you remember Avatar, for any of you that saw it? I think maybe that's why the movie existed, was the huge military looked like they could take over everything, but then the plants and the animals and everything seemed to come to life, and they defeated it all. Anything is possible. I'm okay with, let's say, the stories of the giants coming back again. I'm okay with things like that. I'm okay if pterodactyls showed up and just picked and plucked people off. I'm happy to use my imagination now at this point in time, because I don't know how it's going to happen, but I have faith that it's going to happen. And if you can find that faith in yourself, or just a little bit to open up and start to allow yourself to lean into that, you're going to feel better. And even if you feel better, you'll get better thoughts. It's going to work better for you too, because right now, the less stress and fear that you can feel, right? Because there's so many that are feeling it. If you can start sending out that loving vibe, you're going to help to transmit the fear, and you're going to, in a sense, raise above it, just like the steam, right? Water can be ice, it can be water, or it can be steam. And that's the sense of, we're going almost from some people being like ice, like so cold, their heart is like rock solid, to opening as if into terms of water. And then it's going to be like steam and evaporate into a whole new space and time that we have never, ever, ever seen. Okay, I need to do, there you go. Let's see. Come join me. All right. Okay, so I'm going to check here again, and we're just going to see what's going on this side of things. If anybody wants to jump on again, I'm going to, there is the link in the comments below. Hey, maybe I should just put it there. There is the link right there, okay? You can click on that link, copy and paste that link, and come on in and join the conversation. Share your perspective of the great transformation that's going on right now. And we are open to receiving at this point anybody from Halifax, Fredericton, out in Quebec on the convoy, in Toronto. We're any of the recaps from any of the other places in the world. Okay. Hold on a second here. Gotta just copy that. Invite back over here. It's kind of like working in a bit of a studio. Okay. Yep, and okay. Okay, so I just got something here. I'm going to read it. So this is it. The hour is upon us, and I'm bringing the storm of the century. History is in the making. Okay, I'm going to read. These are not my words. Welcome to the main events, Patriot. It's showtime. A show so big that will leave everyone speechless. They are not ready for it. After 1 week, I will lock this channel down to private, which means you will only be able to access with provided invite link. You will not be able to join or view my channel unless you joined before the lockdown. It must be this way. No one can stop me from spreading the truth. This will be the last until the blackout. Major viewer discretion is advised. Spread the words. 20 to 40 million patriots worldwide were in control. You have 1 week to join this channel. All of you need to understand that it had to be this way. Soon you will realize the meaning of this. Every lie will be revealed. Prepare backups, archive everything. They will try to shut us down. They won't stop us. We will prevail. Dun, dun, dun. And so some of that, right? It's like some of the times when you're reading some of the conversation from patriots or freedom fighters, notice in your body, does it actually, enliven you and you want to expand into that, or, it makes you feel better, or do you want to retract? And so now I've got a really great guy who knows all about how to stand for his rights and freedoms, and can teach us all about the language to talk. And he's coming in from beautiful New Brunswick. I'm going to introduce you to Jason.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. How are you?
I'm doing good.
That's good. So, you know, you heard my lovely introduction because you're always there, you know, wanting to school us on how to actually deal with these little people in uniforms, and our rights and freedoms. And now that everybody's coming across this mandatory vaccination program all across Canada, what are your thoughts?
Well, you can make up your exemption forms if you want to, right? Because I don't think that anybody is going to take any liability from the Crown Corporation. So everything is very vague that they have. All these requirements are very vague. So, for example, you can either have a medical doctor sign it, or you could have a nurse. And for example, what is a nurse? A woman who's breastfed her child is a nurse. Someone who can apply a Band-Aid and administer care, which, you know, I've put a Band-Aid on and kissed a boo-boo before, so I'm a nurse. So I can sign my own exemption form. And it's completely lawful because they haven't seemed to define any of their words that they're using. They're keeping everything very, very vague because nobody, they know that they can't trespass upon our God-given rights and freedoms. They just cannot do it. So what they have to do is try to turn man and woman against man and woman. And they have to get us to try to do their dirty work. And we have to believe in their system. And what do you say believe is? It's a lie, right? So what we're kind of saying, Jacqueline, is that the illusion is done. We don't believe in this system anymore. We are moving into the realm of wisdom, the realm of fact. We're moving out of fiction, and we are planting our feet firmly on the ground. And we are walking as men and women living with the land. And that is a way of living in wisdom and fact. And so
That's beautiful, because really when you said we're men and women and we're living with the land, like that, in a sense, just that phrase, when people start to just say it, like really get present to it, that's who we are, right? That's
exactly
what our experience is. And these papers that they're throwing at us, or this justification, it's a very valid point. What you said is, if you ever really have looked at a legal document, and we've all signed them for something, including the terms and conditions when you go on some websites, they define all the words. They would say a doctor means this, a nurse means that, you know, this means that. They have a whole page of that almost before they have the other terms and conditions. So the fact that your exemption form has no legal description of anything they're asking for, well, why don't you make up your own?
Yeah, or just print off the copy that New Brunswick or Ontario or anybody gives you as a template, and use their paperwork and just fill it out. And you want to be true to yourself and define the words. So, I mean, the legal system uses Black's Law Dictionary. The lawful system, men and women, we use whatever we, understand those words or comprehend those words to mean. We say those words with our heart, right? And we know when we say I'm a man, or I'm living, or when I talk to somebody, I know I'm talking to a living person. But when a judge or somebody in a court of law is talking to you, they're not the legal system. You're dead. You're not alive. You're a fiction. You're a fictional piece of plastic you carry around in your wallet with a number, a corporate number on it. And we do not want to be the contents of our wallet. We want to be flesh, bone, and blood. And that's what we are. And we're mind, And we're the creator, the awareness within that's aware of all of what we are. And people have to start to realize who they are in essence, and the power that you have, your God-given rights and freedoms in this world. You're the creator's law, and we follow the law, and no law can force us to hurt or harm anybody else. No law can cause us to steal from another person or another man or woman. We don't want to be a person.
Right.
And no law can cause us to tell a lie. No law can have us commit sexual misconduct. And no law on this planet can tell us to inject poison or intoxicants into our body. So if we live, we live within the law. And, and now what they try to do is they try to trick everybody by creating acts, orders, and mandates and things, right? They're not laws. They require your active participation or your active consent. And we do not consent. As we know, we are men and women. We are honorable. We live within God's law, and we follow God's law or creator's law or whatever word, Allah's law, whatever is the word that you like to use.
Right.
And that will always keep us moving in the proper direction, away from greed and closer to joy and harmony and peace. And yeah.
Now, did you know all this before March 2020 happened?
Sort of not in the language, as studying the Dhamma and practicing the Dhamma, which are the teachings of the Buddha. But I've gained a deeper understanding or comprehension of the Buddha's teachings in the last 18 months as how it applies to the world we live in, right? This reality that we feel exists. I mean, there's the reality when you look within your own church or your own temple or your own body. And then there's the reality of when we look out, we use our senses and we look out with our, the colors and sounds and everything we experience in the world. So I think before I was kind of looking at the Buddha's teachings as how it applies inside. Now with the COVID-19, I'm kind of looking how it's kind of a combination of both, how we, what's going on inside us, what's happening outside in the world. And basically the Buddha's teachings, and I think Christ's teachings, all the enlightened masters are teaching us to become sovereign, to stand firmly on the ground, recognize that we are living men and women, and to live in harmony with the laws of nature, not the crown legal system, which is trying to take you downstairs. If you follow that.
Yeah, well, I know that. Thank you for sharing that, because I think it is a journey, right? A lot of us that have had spiritual experiences and worked on our inner game, whether that's from an athletic standpoint or a spiritual standpoint, you start to realize the power of your thoughts and your emotions and how they affect you. Yet seeing it out there externally in such a dramatic fashion, and how many people are affected by this narrative at this moment, it really does give a different perspective of what are my thoughts and how are they being experienced, and am I still being free and honorable in dealing with the consistent imposition that seems to be put upon us. But as you just said, it's like all they've done really is said mandatory, or here's a piece of paper, and then it's up to us to read the paper and to discern and to be respectful and honorable of what we feel we're actually being asked to do.
Those are the key words: to remain in your truth and to remain in your honor, because if you lose that, you lose the foundation which you stand upon. And if we can, I drove into Prince Edward Island, and if you talk to people, they'll think I broke the law, but I didn't break any laws. I stayed within my honor. Like we were saying, as a canoe, I just paddled my canoe or drove my truck, and through this barricade or this checkpoint that they have. But I don't want to go into the tent over there and deal with COVID people. Like that's no fun. And I don't want to take any tests, and I really don't want to communicate or speak to those people whatsoever. And if I was forced to go in there, I would just choose my right to remain silent, or I would say a few key words like, am I being detained? I decline your offer to contract. And and then just but remain peaceful. And that way, like if they ever call RCMP or anybody to assist, like a man with a gun or a woman with a gun, then all those people, they have no authority over this COVID going on. All they care about is keeping the peace. Mm-hmm. So if you belligerent or you get upset or you look like you're going to drive your car over somebody's toes, well, now you've breached the peace, even though they've put you in that position where you feel like a trapped animal and you're going to attack. The whole idea is just to stay in your foundation, stay in your honor, stay in your nobility. Don't lie. You don't need to lie. That's the trick, is you don't need to lie. And the other thing too is to realize we don't live in Prince Edward Island, or we don't live in New Brunswick. That's our legal address, right? That's where we may own a house. We live in our bodies, right? Mm-hmm. We never leave our church. We are always in our bodies. So when they say, oh, you left from New Brunswick and you came back to your home, it's like, no. You can sit there with a straight face and you're totally and then they tried to tell me I don't live in Prince Edward Island when I was there. And it's like, what are you talking about? Are you telling me I'm dead? Am I not standing here on what you guys call Prince Edward Island, which I call Turtle Island, which, some people call part of Canada, whatever. Call whatever you want. It's grass and trees and dirt, right?
It's like, I'm sure your wife, I know, like my previous husband, has called me many things, and it wasn't always by that identity, right, that they want us to believe we are. So it's so true. I think it might be a little deep for some people to jump into, to grasp that this really is what you're saying. This is home. Home is where your heart is.
Exactly. And you never, ever leave your home until you die, right? Until you, this body loses its vitality, and then your consciousness will, and then nobody can really, truly answer what happens after that, right? There's a continuation, I believe, like every breath, the breath is born, the breath dies, the new breath is born, the next breath dies. Why a cell comes into existence, it stays for some time, it dies, another one is regenerated, created. So why would just because this body dies, if there's still an energy flow of something that hasn't been done or haven't completed something, then this consciousness will probably just link on to another body. And whether I retain, I was Jason in the next life, is kind of irregardless of that. It'll just become a trauma in the next life cycle. Mm-hmm. So, and or some people, think maybe you go to heaven or, other things, right? You could if you've lived a really good life, you could be reborn into like a heavenly realm or something, right? Or if,
I'm reminded of sort of two little jokes on the heaven aspect. One was actually my friend who was talking about a Jewish rabbi got to heaven, and God came and gave a little piece of like fish, he goes, well, here's your lunch, here's a little piece of fish, and the rabbi ate the fish, but he was looking down below and he saw everybody partying, having smoked salmon, lox and bagels, and it's all good, and he's looking at his little piece of fish, and then dinner comes along, and then God comes and brings him another little piece of fish, and he's like, okay, and he's looking down, and there's still a big smorgasbord having The next day, finally, when he brought another little piece of fish, he says, God, can I just ask you one question? Like, why are they getting all that and I'm only getting a little piece of fish? And he said, well, I didn't think I should go to that much trouble for just you and me.
Yeah.
And so it is the journey, right? We're leaving some of the attachments behind, and I'm looking forward to a wide variety of things, not just a little piece of fish, in the awakening that we're having now.
The attachment is COVID-19 in a nutshell, right? And I think you put me onto this where everybody feels like they're losing. You're losing your job. You're losing, your kids can't go to school. You're losing your kids' sports. You're losing. Everybody's losing fear, right? You're just caught up in fear. But what you're saying is those systems are crumbling, right? And you didn't really want your kid in the public school system being taught to be a slave and to conform and stand in a line and ask permission to use the washroom and ask permission to this. You want to raise, respectful, productive members of society that are strong. You want strong women, strong men who know who they are. They're good. Their heart is good. They, have strong, good morals, and they can contribute and make society better, right? So really, where are they teaching that in the public school system? They may use words like equity and other such words, but I mean, I think they've lost the plot. And now they're not even teaching you if you're a man or a woman. They're trying to remove those words from the language because those are powerful words. They want people to be a person, right? A corporate identity, a number, right? They don't want you to be a male or a female or a man or a woman, right? It's because those are freedom words. Those words, are flesh and bone and blood. They identify you as a living, and all those other words, they identify you as dead corpse. Yeah. Right? So, and a dead corpse has no rights. You can do whatever you want. Well, maybe a dead corpse has probably a few rights. I don't know, has to be buried here or there. Probably more than COVID people who haven't taken the vaccine. The dead person has more rights.
Yeah. Well, I think one of those rights, like that I just went back to, is when you're talking about, wanting to what you're being exposed to and the narrative. Like, you can turn off the television, right? You don't have to listen to the broadcast. But when you're continually being bombarded with these questions, like I started to get these health calls, so-called health calls, right? To ask me questions that are geared towards sickness and fear. And I had to say to them, like, that's the difference in perspective. I live from the heart, and I would say, hey, how are you feeling? If I was running the show, it would be like this. If I'm really concerned about it, as everybody tells me, hey, Jason, Jacqueline, just want to know, are you feeling healthy today? Or are you feeling sick? I'm feeling healthy, right? Or I wouldn't even say the sick. I'd just say, are you feeling healthy today? And you'd say, yeah. And I go, great, goodbye, right? If you said, no, actually, I woke up and my nose or my throat is there, it's like, oh, are you allergic to something? Do you need to go see the doctor? Right? Then there'd be some concern. But when I'm basically calling you to say, are you on your property?
That's business.
That is. Say more about that.
Yeah, it's not health, it's business. And they're not public health officials, as we've discovered, right? They're private, harming unofficials. They have they're basically private security standing outside of the corporation of Walmart, or you call it the Prince Edward Island or New Brunswick or whatever it is. They have zero authority. They cannot place hands upon you. If they do, then they've assaulted you. So people have to realize where their limitations are. These people, they may look real scary and in uniforms and things like that, but it is a Walmart security guard standing there in front of you. And with the only thing that and it's the same as what the Walmart security do, they can call a peace officer for backup, right? So you're at the Walmart and the Walmart says, sorry, our policy, we're not going to let you in today because of blah, blah, blah. We're horrible, discriminating people, but we won't say that.
Right.
And then they'll just call the police officer, and the police officer will come and say, well, the Walmart it's a private business and they have the right, you're on private property, and they don't, right? This
Right.
is all illegal, everything they're doing, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's because they're a business and they're zoned open to the public and they're not allowed to discriminate, right? This is,
right.
Human rights and treatment that we have. But they're conflating everything right now. And then the police will never, ever come and do anything COVID related. If you notice, they will just trespass you from the Walmart, right? And it's like, how are you trespassing? You're shopping, right?
Yeah.
Like, you have an intent to shop. You're not there to, to steal or do anything else. So everything's upside down. We're an upside down world right now. And the same, people have to realize when you're going to a different province, you're going from Walmart to Costco, right? You're going from Walmart to Pennington's, or you're going from Walmart to the Atlantic Superstore. It's just, you're entering a different corporation, and they have a different security guard at the front, and that store might have a slightly different policy. But at the base of everything is your God-given rights and freedoms, right? And like, we're just so used to asking permission for everything. And I think what we have to start coming out of is just doing what we want to do, living, as opposed to always like asking permission to put a fishing line in a river and pull out a fish when you're hungry, right? Like, I mean, come on, the foolishness of that, right? Like, and what do they really want? They just want a few dollars out of your pocket, right? And they could, say, oh, it's for this or for conservation or for that, but really it's just for control, because they've got all the money in the world. The elite, the rich, they already have it all. So what they want now is they want your control of your thoughts, control of your mind, control of your body, right? So total control, and maybe they want us to go away.
Well, it is a difficult one, I think, for a lot of people to fathom, that this is ultimately about control and power, because that just can make people feel so powerless, right? It's like this, the big entity, this corporate machine, all the money, all the power. It's just like, oh, I don't want to go there, because it's easy to feel hopeless then. How's it going to shift and change? However, that is the illusion and the delusion and the deceit and the facade, and what do you call that in Buddhism? The thing that's not there.
I don't know.
I know there's something there, but it's all, they're like, just turn around and change over here. It's like nirvana's over there, but it's like possibilities over here. There's another space and opening, and
we're
it's
all
like,
under the spell.
yeah,
right? It's a spell. Like, you see that police officer come up on your property, and you get scared, right? Now, really, the police, they were created to make your life better. That's the idea of the police, is that they're there to protect you and to serve you and to, and all your politicians are there to, like, oh, what do you need? What do you want, Jocelyn? How can I make your life better? Because you work so hard and you pay your taxes and you do all this stuff. Like, what can I do to make your life better? But when you start looking at it, it's like, no, we're here to, like, squeeze every dime out of you, to put you into poverty. And the police are there to service the corporations, right? Anybody who's got money, who's creating a business, the police are there to, well, only certain businesses, right? The right businesses, the big businesses, right? Those are the ones that get the protection. And I don't know, the sooner people come out, like, but I guess you could always, everybody's waiting for a whole mass group of people to awake, but I don't think that's, like the Buddha says, like, when the world goes crazy, go into the forest and be like the rhinoceros and just walk alone, right? And learn who you are, walk in your own strength, in your own power, protect yourself, protect your family, and then worry about protecting others afterwards. But get your own house in order, and stop asking for permission and just try to, like, it's tough. Like, we try to go to hockey and get my son into the hockey system. So we're dealing with a team, and it's like invitation style, right? So if they don't want you there, they'll tell you to go away. So, we try to comply, but in our non-compliant way. So, trying to get into a Walmart, like you just want to go and get a jar of peanut butter, right? Like, that's all you really have to do. Go get a jar of peanut butter. Like, how do you complete your tasks in this new world the way it is right now? And
Well, I kind of feel like some of that, is going to drive us away from the larger corporations, and they will notice a little bit of an impact back to the small businesses, because truthfully, small businesses did begin with the idea that you were the local guy, right? And I was going to your store and we were supporting community. And a lot of that's still going on in where we are in Atlantic Canada, right? Compared to Toronto, where they shut down the small businesses, like totally, decimated them, and other places all across the country, because that's it. Is if there's a connection with your guy in your neighborhood or the woman in your neighborhood, there's more heart, right? There's more heart. But when you're just a corporate entity that's got a bunch of people that are just doing their job, which is the famous saying, I'm just doing my job, just doing my job.
Well,
I
here
just
in
have
the
to
Bay
ask
of
you the
Inn,
questions.
a lot of the farmers have all their vegetables out now. Like, so I'm way more happy to go and buy corn and tomatoes and cucumbers, and I'll pay $5 a cucumber. I don't care. But
right.
when you go to the Walmart, it's like you get them for $1, but they've bought off the farmer for 60 cents, right?
Right.
So I'd rather pay the $2 to the farmer directly and let him put that money in his pocket and cut out the middleman Walmart wherever possible. It's I might lose you in a second here with my battery. But,
okay. Well, I'm glad that you were able to jump on and share this, because this is the type of stuff that people have. Well, they don't have to, but it's certainly going to be to their advantage to learn that they have the power, and the power starts in their thoughts and the way they think. And then it's practice, kind of like working out. You got to get out there in the world and really see the dance of life.
Start flexing your rights, right? Like,
yeah.
If everybody stopped driving with a license plate on their car, then what are they going to do? Right? Like, really, what are they going to do when you've got 30% or 25% of the population just saying, nope, we're done with that now, right? And, they can't keep using safety to squash our rights and freedoms and privilege. And, well, like you were saying, we never really have rights. All we have are privileges, right? When you think you have all these rights, but it's just, as long as everybody's behaving properly, we'll give you these rights. But the second we need to, we'll take them all away. So then you realize all you ever had. And who are they? Who are these people taking your rights away?
Yeah.
Like, it's foolishness, all of this stuff, right? Like, stay home for 14 days. Like, you've left PI twice, and you technically you have to stay home for a month. Right? Like, who can do that, right?
I mean, it's like, the thing that is, it's hilarious for me, for anybody that's monitoring this live, or any other things that Jason and I have been doing, or any other freedom person, warrior, man, woman, not a person, is the fact that I can't say it's common sense, because it's clear that most people have lost that. So it's not so common having sense, right? So we're talking about dollars. We're talking about valuables in the heart. It's invaluable when you have intelligence from your heart, because
you have to activate common sense in your mind and body. Like, you have to look in to your you have to look in and find it, right, and connect with it. You don't just have common sense, you have whatever has been put into your mind is what you have. But at a deeper level is where your true nature lies, and you have to connect with that, and you have to try to flow through and from that. And that has all the secrets of the universe.
Right.
There. You don't need to go, look into the moon and travel in a rocket ship to figure out where the universe ends, right? Everything is within. All your answers are within.
And that was
that
as within is without, right? Because as you start to realize, if all the answers are within, there's going to be answers without. There's going to be a new way. However, you have to like take a step forward, and there isn't a firm foundation that you know it, because it's a new way of going. So it's like you're taking a step forward, just like your move. You, at this point last year, you were in a whole other province, and there was no, at this point, you had no idea that you were going to pick up and move, did you?
We
started
I had
to
a
think about
the world was going in a certain direction. So, back in Toronto, we had, mortgage on a property, and, we had to keep coming up with a certain amount of money every month just to maintain your banking and everything. So, it just started looking like, let's put the place up for sale and cash out. And then we started looking around Nova Scotia, New Brunswick. And then we found this place here. And so it's like, now we can be like mortgage free. And so now we don't really have to work for the immediate time right now. And we can kind of sit back and kind of, help to awaken people, and see if we can help things move in a different direction. Right. So where before, and I feel for a lot of people who are like, man, you've got kids, and you're living paycheck to paycheck, and you have to like go to work, right? Then you have to put your kids in school, and then the schools are saying, well, you have to comply, and it's just breaking people down, right? And they're like, well, fuck it, right? I'll comply then, right? Or screw it, I'll go get the vaccine. I don't want it. I don't care. I just gotta, I'm stuck. They're stuck in this, what do you call it? Like a rat wheel or whatever.
Exactly.
They're just, and everybody, but that's their karma, right? Because we all, have the choice. We can make changes in life. You can quit drinking. You can quit smoking. How much money do you save? And how many stupid things have you done when you're drinking?
Right.
You wrecked your car. You know what I mean? Smashed into somebody else's side of their barn. And now.
Oh yeah.
And then that's cost you all this money, where you could have taken all that money before, and now you own your house. Now you're free, right? So.
Yeah, and that just gives me this other thought. If they were so concerned about health during this whole process, this would have been a perfect time to be helping people with their mental health, right? It really could have been
Didn't you notice right away everything was COVID, but the liquor stores are open, the beer stores are open, and it's like, and all the natural shops are closed, and all the health centers are closed, but you can go get your liquor and beer, because that's
healthy.
That keeps people asleep, because you cannot, it is impossible to connect with your inner common sense or your inner workings when you're intoxicated or when you're dependent on alcohol. It is a physical impossibility, right? Because you're ingesting these other spirits. And now you can't look at who you are when you have all this other stuff going on inside you. So you have to be just your own natural state, and then you have to take a look at what's going on, right? But they've got everybody addicted to this stuff, and
it's normal. And even when you say those spirits, I mean, really, that's what they call some types of alcohol, right? They're spirits.
That's what they are. You don't know. You drink a bottle of Jack. Who the heck are you just put into your body, right? And how is that going to react at 30 ounces and 40 ounces later, right? Like I know I did it when I was younger, right? Like mental things, right? So.
I think we've all had those experiences, and then it's whether or not you change to do it differently. I feel like that's the big one, is personal responsibility. I mean, I remember when. It's like, there's a time and a place where somebody's ready to step into that, because I know when I was first confronted with it, maybe my thoughts could have something to do with me being sick. I was just like, because then that means I couldn't be the victim anymore, right? It's not happening to me. I had to start to look within. So initial reaction for a lot of people is when you get confronted, is like, it's not me. Like, don't tell me. I don't want. I'm pushing it away, right? And I think as this time goes through, oh my goodness, we're just getting joined in from Toronto. Like maybe you guys have even met each other at previous events. So I'm gonna see if you can see each other face to face. So I'm bringing up lovely Catherine. See if you can. There. Hey, gorgeous. Had you ever met Jason at your rallies before?
I actually can't hear anything, just so you know.
Oh,
But it's partying over there. Okay. So there we go. We're showing Toronto. Hey, so you can't hear a thing, and that's how Toronto goes, right? You have all that noise in Toronto, but you can come out here to the Atlantic Canada and you have quiet.
So I know where you are, Jacqueline. Where's the gentleman from?
New Brunswick.
Hello, New Brunswick.
We were from Toronto. We moved here in April.
So I'm walking up to the rally. I'm gonna see if I can turn my camera around. How do I turn the camera around?
I don't think it works on this one. I think you have to flip your camera, but see.
Okay, I'm gonna flip my camera and then you guys tell me what you see. So I'm just walking up to the rally now.
Yes. I see the path and people. There you go. Does this look familiar, Jason? Do you remember being at Queen's Park? No?
Oh yeah. I remember Queen's Park.
I remember when we used to go to Farmer Schmidt raw milk.
Is it still covered in tarps?
No tarps.
No, it's not under construction anymore.
No, yeah, Queen's Park itself is.
It's all.
Yeah, we have lots of the beautiful gentlemen and ladies in blue. Lots of police presence today. And some
Are there?
Yeah. Also some up on the other corner.
Are you hearing my motor in the background?
Not really.
Okay, good. Because they just decided to do the lawn right around me.
Oh yeah,
So
no, we don't.
I'll just like holy moly. Okay, there we go. People in Toronto. Worldwide. See, we're like back home, Jason. Oh no, we're home right here in our body. We just used to live there. That's how natives and indigenous work, right? You travel. When you no longer like where you are, you go to a new location. Not a new home, a new location. And so Catherine and Jason and I are all part of the Ashinabek Salutrian Métis Indigenous Nation, which that's what you wanted to know, Catherine, what that ASMN stands for. Did you get that?
Can you say it one more time? It's super loud here.
The Ashinabek Salutrian Métis Indigenous Nation.
Got it. Okay.
Brothers and sisters, heart to heart. Yes. Wow, that looks like a pretty good turnout there.
It's actually really big. It's one of the biggest ones. The last worldwide was pretty big too. There's people on this side.
So it's growing in popularity, would you say? More people are coming out?
Definitely for the worldwides, they're busy.
What's that sign say?
It's Mother of Mary, Mother of Magdalene.
Mother Mary.
Oh no, Mary, Mother Mary.
All right. So did I see Andrea there too, Jason? Was she taking a peek at what's happening in Toronto?
Yeah, she's here. But she doesn't.
There you go.
She's not speaking.
Yeah, that's okay. But are the people? I've had two people. What are they called? The PPLs, the People's Party.
Are these your signs here?
So I've had two people, one in Newfoundland and one in Charlottetown, jump on and share.
Can I? Do you have 2 extra ones? Because I'll get some copied too. Yeah.
So, see, this is one of the beauties of technology, is we can all be connected in a variety of multi-dimensions.
There's a guy walking around with more of those. Okay. With more of these? Okay, thank you. Thanks. Sorry, Jacqueline. Yeah, that's what I want to do. Thank you. Sorry, Jacqueline. This is what I just picked up.
Oh, look at that. Okay, hold on. Do not eliminate. What does it say? We do not
discriminate against any customer based on sex, race, creed, age, location, vaccinated or unvaccinated. Anyone who supports Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, Canadian Bill of Rights is welcome. I'm a Canadian, a free Canadian, free to speak without fear, free to worship God in my own way, free to stand for what I think is right, free to oppose what I believe is wrong, free to choose those who shall govern my country, free to choose, sorry. This heritage of freedom I pledge to uphold for myself and all of mankind. Written by the Right Honorable John G. Diefenbacher.
Wow. The days when a man... Oh, look, they applauded for you, Catherine.
You're so funny.
Send me some of those. We could use some of those signs in some store windows over here.
Yeah, well, I think like if I find a guy that's got some, I'll definitely pick more up, but I only managed to get 2. So this is the crowd.
Hold on, let's see if we can...
Y'all say normal, no new, no new. When I say no more, y'all say lockdowns, no more, no more. When I say freedom, y'all say north, freedom, 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 freedom. How you doing?
Okay, how are you?
No, we want it.
I'll see you on Tuesday. I missed the last 3.
So this is us now. I'll climb up. Hold on. Hi. Can you guys still hear me?
We can still hear you. I was just playing with the picture to see if I could make it bigger and not smaller. But if we go down, if I make your picture bigger, we go off the screen and then you can't hear us. Hey, I know that horse.
It's super loud here.
But this is great. So who's talking now?
How many people are there?
How many people? No idea. I would say maybe about 30,000.
30,000, wow.
It's pretty big. This is maybe the biggest, I'm not sure. Like if you can see everyone.
That's a big number.
Yeah, I climbed up to where the statue is.
Who's talking, Catherine? Do you know?
I can't actually see them. There's Rocco Galati there.
Okay, yeah, there's Rocco. I see him. Well, that's good. See, we're all talking freedom, freedom.
I didn't wash them yet.
So it started at 1 o'clock there, right? So it's only just begun. It's only just begun.
Oh, that's Dermot.
Jacqueline, is it okay if I chime out?
Yes, thank you for coming.
Okay, we'll see you.
Okay, bye.
Hi, Raphael. Hi, darling. I'm live. I'm on a live. Jacqueline, can I sign out for a minute?
You can. Thanks for popping in. There you go.
Okay, I'm definitely signing in back in.
Okay, all right. We'll see you soon.
Thanks, my dear. Thanks.
Bye. So that's the beautiful thing about technology, right? Like it can bring us all together, but that's also, I think, a good sign and symbolic of how multidimensional we are, right? So we had, in a sense, New Brunswick, Toronto, like near, and Prince Edward Island, all in one little box, right? All one little frame. And when you've been on a Zoom call, if you've been on a Zoom call with hundreds of people, again, that's all that little, all those little people all coming together in one place and time. So how can we possibly have a world that works the same for every single individual when we're all so different, right? That's the idea that we have to wake up to, is that the old ways of wanting to control everything, that one person, right, a pope, a king, a queen, etc., are streaming down and making the orders for everybody. Oh my gosh, that's long gone. And the native, indigenous, original peoples all around the world had a harmonious way of living with each other. We were told different stories about them to facilitate the hierarchical structure of colonialization. However, harmonious relationships come from the heart. And when we recognize that there's a cohesiveness and community is circular and it ebbs and it flows, and every point in the circle has a different perspective, and it can shift into a different circle and it can have ripple effects, and you are the center. And as you are being, however your being is, a positive vibe or a negative vibe, it has a ripple effect out amongst your family and your friends and the rest of the world. So you are super duper powerful. You're like a lighthouse, and it's just deciding, are you spreading more light and more love in the world, or are you spreading more fear? Even, you might want to say more darkness. What is it that you're contributing right now? And as each of us gets honest with ourselves, it can be really hard, because you have to look at your own shadows in your own mind, in your own life, your own judgments. And there can be a lot of emotions to release regarding that. Just like we're seeing right now within people we care about, how there is such difference of opinions within families, and people wanting to make each other wrong for their own opinion. So I honestly believe everybody is in the right place at the right time, that this is one big gigantic, if I had to say, blockbuster movie being made. And every role, including the extras roles, are just as important, because imagine a great disaster movie without all the extras that fall off the edge of the earth, right? Or, they just wouldn't happen. So we have to have roles of varying degrees, and we're all in a starring role, because you're the best one to play the role that you've chosen. And you might not think you chose to play the role, but ultimately you're in the experience right now. So what Jason said about peace of mind and finding that harmony within yourself as you're navigating the bumps and the external circumstances of the seeming restrictions on our rights and freedoms, because nobody can take away what you think about. And I believe it was the wonderful L.A. Weissel and his, or Viktor Frankl, talked about the Holocaust, and how that's how he kept his sanity, with keeping a positive vibe and watching his thoughts and being compassionate and caring in the most horrific of circumstances. And truly, when we can honor and love each other for that experience, when we can really encourage others to see the good in each of us, heart to heart, we will notice in some cases, you will notice with some people that their eyes are glazed over, or they don't even look human. And that's an experience that you may or may not have, but a lot of us have had it. And it's like, wow, I think I'm talking to a zombie or a drone. And until you have that experience, you may not notice it. You may notice that you're talking to somebody and their eyes just shift right out of their head. I used to do that. I used to go back and forth to different connections, because it literally was like I was leaning towards trusting my inner guidance, and then I'll go, gosh, no, maybe I should be leaning towards the way the world's telling me to be. right? It was an inner struggle. So finding out who you are and what your truth is, and being able to honorably, lovingly, peacefully be that presence in this time of transformation will actually feed your power and your energy and your vitality. And the more you can recognize that you have the power in your own body to heal from the inside out, and there is no right answer for everybody and how that works. Some people might be drinking green drinks and wheatgrass, and other people are drinking pine needle tea, and others are sticking their feet in the ocean and the sand and having, they're an Epsom salt bath, or they're on a deep detox, or they're totally vegan. Everybody has a different way of experiencing life. And those that are in touch with their body will start to discern, oh, you know what, gluten doesn't work for me, or sugar doesn't work for me, or cow's milk doesn't work for me. You know what I mean? And you start to discern within yourself. But just because you're having that experience doesn't mean I'm having that experience. And just because something works for me doesn't necessarily mean it works for you. That's why, like, when I work with people in either my health, wealth, or love transformation courses, I am literally reflecting back to them their own words and having them get conscious of their own words. And when they're conscious of their own words, then they can get to choose if that's really what they want to be saying. And when they say those words, what does that feel like in their body? Because so many of the things people say are just repetitive stuff, and they go, oh, like a common one, someone says, oh, like some of these, let's see, what did they say? Like, I'll something about dying, like I'll die. I'm dying to get there. I'm dying to get there. Maybe that's what they say. I don't know. I've cleared out so many of these things, but it's like, and I'll say, well, I hope you live to get there. Right. And they're like, oh, it's just a saying. Well, why are you saying things that you want to say versus what you don't want to say? Or when people say not bad, and I go, does that mean like you're good, on your way to good, or does that mean you're bad? Because when you're booking a vacation, do you remember those times? When you're booking a trip or you're setting an intention, even to go to work, you're not driving in the opposite direction. You're focused on plugging into where you need to go. You're putting in your GPS where you want to go. You're booking the vacation for where you want to go. You're heading on the airplane that's going to go in that direction. You're not talking and thinking about and acting on words that you don't want to have anything to do with. So if you want to live and be free and be vital and be healthy, then you want to be in that vibe. And that's why I was saying earlier, like with Jason, it's like the mere thought that health PEI is calling and saying they're concerned about my health, when it's not even health PI, it's a call center that has been hired to do an inquiry of 5 questions that are all focused on sickness, that are all focused on fear, that are all focused on everything opposite. So even dialoguing with them and their low vibe is like infectious. That is the virus. Okay, that is the low vibrating virus that people are continuing to perpetuate in this world. Because when you recognize good vibes and health, and that it's just natural and amazing that life provides so many gifts and blessings, and that there's infinite possibilities in the universe, and scientists don't even know how expansive the universe is. It's like the next sun or the planet that just found a couple of years ago. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's bigger than planet. Our planet. There's so much you don't know that you don't know, but your inner guidance will know how to get you there. If you can start to trust your gut, your inner guidance, you're going to meet people. Jason and I didn't know each other a few months ago. I didn't know Catherine a few months ago, right? We've all connected. And that's how it works. When you trust and believe of what's happening in the world that's working to your favor, that you really are having an awakening. And as the awakening, you're learning to be aware of things that are happening. Aware and awake are completely different. Aware is you're noticing, oh, gee, maybe this isn't about a virus anymore, because they're literally taking away everyone's rights and freedoms. We just think right now it's the unvaxxed. But you know what? When you go to get that 3rd booster, like in Israel, if they don't get the 3rd booster in Israel, they're considered unvaxxed, like the ones that have 0 vax, right? And that's essentially what a digital passport does. Is, you know what? You didn't do exactly what they said they do. You're cut off from whatever it is they say they're going to do. My girlfriend in Beijing, she knows she's under camera watch all the time. She knows they open her packages of the mail. You know, she goes, well, it's a very controlled experience, but I know, right? We don't have any real crime because everything is monitored and controlled. And as long as I just stay in this narrow lane, right, I can have a comfortable life. But if I want to do anything outside the box, that's it. And essentially, so if you just want to be in that narrow little lane, then that's okay, because that's what's happening. Everything right now is moving towards being controlled. However, I honestly believe those of us that live on this land that we commonly call Canada, all these people we have been a peaceful, loving, kind, respectful, for the most part. And we thought we were, until we realized, oh, the frig, look what the politicians and the people and the church did to our original people, our natives. And that history was never revealed to us, because that is such genocide. And so if we're really loving, caring people here on Canada, on the land that we know to be Canada, then we have to come face to face with our atrocities and the evils that we've done, and restore, not reconcile, restore justice, which is a blending of the ancient ways and the new innovative ways, and working like the 7 grandmothers' teachings, or grandfathers' teachings, as some of the men like to move them into. But Indigenous, original people, native ways are all about the woman, the matriarch, the clan mother. That is where the power comes from. The feminine, collaborative, cooperative, you know, all connected. And for a lot of men, that's very difficult to step away from and realize that women, for the most part, some of the men have it too, but the women, our bodies have been trained. That's how they are. We have a menstrual cycle that we don't even know how it happens. Some of us have a horrible time. Some of it's easy. We give birth to children and our bodies take over. We don't get to control what's going to happen when we're pregnant. And then out comes this marvelous thing. So we've learned to surrender in ways that men have never had to quite surrender. I mean, I'm sure men have had issues sometimes where they wish that they, you know, didn't, in a sense, have a heart on and they'll put down, you know, but it's not quite the same as having every month a cycle. Well, I don't know, maybe it is. I shouldn't say that. So yes, you've had some uncontrollable things too. I'm sure you've had to surrender to also. And that's part of the process, is respecting that everybody has a different perspective variation. So in Worldwide Freedom 4.0, that's been happening for the last now 15 hours. It started in the Philippines. And we've been literally going clock all around our planet. We're standing for five important freedoms. Freedom of speech, freedom of mobility, freedom of moral conscience, right? That means the ability to think and feel, your moral conscience. Freedom of assembly, that means the rights to come together, assemble, right? And the right to health, bodily autonomy, that every single individual has the right to what is injected in their body. There's never just a little bit of a rape or a lot of a rape, right? We can't define harms as a little bit or a lot of it. We like to go, oh, that was much worse than mine. When it comes to harm and a trespass, it's a harm and a trespass. It's your body, it's your right, it's your thoughts, it's your choice. 5 freedoms: speak, think, feel, conscience, assembly, movement, and your own health. And if you disagree with those 5 freedoms that were given to you upon the time you were born, then you really got to look yourself in the mirror and ask yourself, then who the frig are you? Because if you don't have the freedom to be who you want to be, then who are you? And a lot of people are quite comfortable having someone else run their life. And that's okay if that's what they want to do. If they want to be controlled, they can be. They might not even know they're controlled. I've had those experiences where, literally, when you're so diseased and disordered, or an alcoholic, for instance, you are monopolized by another influence. And when you're so coerced into fear, you're monopolized. And it's very difficult to get out from that perception if you just stay under the umbrella of all those thoughts. But if you can get out and start to allow yourself to turn around and see a new perspective, you'll start to see, you know what? I'm making decisions. Why am I giving my money to Walmart when I can give it to the small business or the farmer or my neighbor? Why am I giving money to a place that is discriminating against me? Why would I go to a restaurant that it's going to be a fight to get into when I could go to one that is open arms and says, yes, I am going to treat you with love and respect. You are a living, breathing woman and man, sentient being. Welcome in. This is about personal choice in your day-to-day actions, because you do have the freedom to choose what you're thinking every moment of the day. So in Canada, most people think that because they can vote like on Monday or Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, whatever they're going to do with this fraudulent election, they feel that that's their democracy. Democracy starts with every thought that you entertain, every thought you take, every action that you take. You have a choice. That's true freedom. You have it every moment. Exercise it. And I'm going to bring up the beautiful Catherine again from Toronto.
Use ethics. Medicine and Big Pharma is their God. That's the God that they worship. And they don't want to lose their lifestyle, their house on the water, the BMWs and Mercedes and Audis. I was there. I was inside there. And I was also in a state of hypnosis to a level. Then there's the second category of doctors that know this is wrong. They know this is wrong. They know it's unethical. But they will not come out. They will not come out and publicly speak. Do you know why? They're afraid of the college.
That's good. Oh, lost the sound there, Catherine, if you come back. So that was a good point. I've lost the sound, but what he was just saying is doctors aren't speaking out because they are afraid of the college, right? They of physicians. You can look at all the people there, and their whatever you want to call it, and their so I'll just put on here, that's Toronto. So Catherine, if you can hear me, see if the volume can come back on. I couldn't hear the last part. Could you hear me? Yeah, I can't hear you, darling. Can you hear me? She's so beautiful. That's the wonderful thing. She's just gorgeous. She takes off her glasses and she's got even beautiful eyes there. But we're very grateful for all the pictures that you're showing us. But I can't hear you. Your volume went somehow.
Yeah.
Hey,
Can you
there you
hear
are.
me now?
I can now. Okay, cool.
You're lucky you didn't get to hear. It was so loud over there. It was crazy. I think because my phone dropped. See, I believe in a human's right to choose. There was a really nice sign up there that said, let's stand together, the vax and the unvax. But there's just, I'm walking around the circumference now, and it's absolutely huge.
That's so awesome. I mean, that's really good for Toronto that they're finally starting to pay attention.
Well, people like to come to the worldwide rally, so because not everyone comes in, like not a lot of people come from outside of Toronto.
Right.
So, oh, excuse me. Do you know where you got that sign from?
Oh, which
this one? That one.
Oh, this one?
Yeah.
Oh, that was, see that red tent over there?
You got it from over there.
Yeah, from over
Perfect.
there.
Thank you so much. Thanks. Sorry, Jacqueline.
No, that's what you're doing there. So is that one of the signs you were looking for then?
Yeah, that's this one. And if I could get the PDF, or I could send you a few signs.
Yeah.
And hopefully people will be willing to put them up in their business, because see, there's even people all the way out here. Because
Amazing.
A lot of people are still sleeping, and they need to wake up. Wake up, world.
I know, they got to become their own lighthouse. There you go. Well, it is quite amazing that people still think this is about a virus.
They really do, and the people that I speak to, like that are not quite awake yet, they don't think it's a big deal. They think that we got shots when we were kids, so really what's the difference? Why can't we take them now? They think as soon as we get the double shot, then things will get back to normal. And then there's people that are half awake that they just believe that no matter what, this isn't going to go away, and they got the shot for the wrong reason. There's a lot of vaccine hesitancy. And I spoke to the police today. A lot of the police just got vaccinated because of their mandate. And the small percentage of them that didn't get vaccinated are sadly being harassed. And they really wanted to do the non-disclosure, but the problem was they didn't discuss it together. So some of them came out and said they just told them that they were already vaccinated. But the truth is they were pressured into getting vaccinated. No one should feel pressured into doing anything. So it really is about, it's not about a vaccination. It really is about freedom to choose, to make a choice, because it is your body.
Right.
And no one should have sovereignty over your body except for you.
Yeah. Well,
not a government, not anyone.
Right.
You and God.
Well, I think, there's a lot of women that probably have had more of the experience than guys, but I won't, I only say that probably because I'm a woman, is that you've had sex at a time where you didn't really necessarily want to have it.
Oh, 100%.
Right? But you kind of went along with it because he's your boyfriend, or whatever, the marriage, the husband, and you felt awful when you did it, when you weren't fully involved in it. And that's the idea here, is nobody's putting anything into your body that we don't want.
Yeah, because it does feel like no one wants to feel pressured or coerced. And it is similar, so I definitely love the hair. Thank you so much. Say hello.
Hi.
Oh, this is nice. When injustice becomes law, rebellion becomes a duty. We serve God. People shouldn't be afraid of their governments. Governments should be afraid of their people. That's
Yes.
a nice sign. Nice sign. If we don't defend the Charter of Rights, the Charter will no longer defend us. Very true.
I actually don't think there's a Charter of Rights because I don't think there's a government.
I know.
Right? But we got our rights from God, and the Charter was just supposed to say you have the rights from God, right?
No, I agree. I definitely agree. I'm going to see if I can. Excuse me. Excuse me. Do you have any more of these signs? Do you have any more of these signs? Oh, I think I know him. I do know him. I was at a potluck. I was at your house. Say hello. Hi.
Hi.
How are you? Catherine. Yeah. And my husband. How do I pronounce you? Carol. Yeah. Yeah. Say hello. Yeah. He's gonna try to find some signs for me. That's too funny. There's so many people here I recognize from doing other things.
Right. Well, then you're united.
No, but do you have any more? I didn't take this from you. Yeah. Can I get some more?
We're limited. We're asking people to take one photo and whoever you hand it to tell them the
Okay, can I get 2 to give to people to make PDFs of it so they can print their own? Thanks.
Tell them you're going to send one to me all the way from Edward Island.
I need 3, yeah.
Yeah,
I'll ask her again. How do I sign out of? Can I leave and then come back, Jacqueline?
Yes, you can.
Okay, I can see the button now.
Okay. So this is, I mean, having spent most of my life in the Toronto area, and we've had many times has Queen's Park. And just think of that, Queen's Park, right? Like the colonialization is just everywhere. And that is a big, huge breakdown when we realize that she never, ever really bought the land, right? The Royal Proclamation, the Constitution, oh my gosh, such a facade that we've had a de facto government and corporation and all this politics for such a long time. So that's all falling apart. But some of you might still be going, I don't think so, but wait till what happens at the election. And then you'll start to see another story going on. And, but yeah, that's what it's about, is each of us as individuals speaking up, standing up for what we believe in, what we feel to be true. 4.0 worldwide demonstration. And in 4.0, where we're having worldwide rallies for freedom all over the planet, we're standing for 5 essential freedoms that were given to us just because we were born. Okay, our constitutions, our Charter of Rights only validate the United Nations Human Declaration of Human Rights, United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, after the Second World War, was again a validation that we've gone so far distraught that it was time for course correction. And that course correction was just, again, to validate that we already had these rights, but we were letting these rights and our freedoms be trampled on. Part of that is because we've been coerced, manipulated, and tortured and threatened by men, mainly with guns, okay, with more powerful machinery. And it is very threatening when you have this individual that shows up that's seeming to be authority with a gun in hand. It kind of extorts your joy, which is a criminal offense. And it does intimidate you, which is also a criminal offense. But they think that's normal, those guys in uniform, when they do that. And this is what the Black people and the Native people and every minority that's ever felt, that is now coming back to tell, that has been saying for centuries, that they have been hurt, harmed, and treated completely differently, and that white was a privilege. Well, so a lot of people that are white right now are feeling that sense of discrimination because they don't wear the mask because they can't wear the mask, or they have their own traumas, or they've chosen not to get vaccinated. And so this is the closest thing they're probably going to get to what it has felt like for all the other nations and peoples over centuries. So it's very much, from my perspective, a course correction. It's very much a blending of 2 worlds. And where we're going is it has to have a complete breakdown of the illusions of what was real, because the world can't exist with all of us being independent and unique, honoring, loving, and respecting each other the way it was built, because it was built on falsehood, deceit, and lies. The legal system is about protecting each other. It's a big boys club. They literally stopped me from even going in the courthouse. 3 sheriffs stopped me from going in the so-called public building that's a courthouse, so then the judge could rule when there was nobody present. Okay, that is like a glorified mafia. And I was difficult for me to conceive of that the men in uniform and the justice system was really all about a particular corporation, and bantering back and forth of how to protect their rules. And when you really look at the way their language works and what they portray, you can see how deceitful it is. Yet they defend it, and they think it's honorable to defend lies. They project conversation out there that is deceitful, and they protect that because it is very much coercion. Just like Catherine was just saying, that some of the police officers felt intimidated. Their own police officers within their own community felt intimidated to put something in their body that they didn't want to put in their body. Now, even if that jab is pure saline solution, okay, even if it's pure water, the fact is no means no. Every woman started to learn that no means no, especially after so many of us have gone through that we're like, oh, I guess we should just surrender because we're supposed to. This is supposed to be a thing, right? But it's like, no means no. My body, my choice, no. So it doesn't matter what the frig is in the injection. It's a no. And that's the experience, those of us that have been saying no since the beginning of this scamdemic, that's what's been going on. And those, you can continue to try to squish those, but those are firm. Those are no's, and those are no's. What's happening, those no's are going to stay no's. It's the ones that said yes that are now seeing the effects on the ones that said no, and their rights and freedoms being, and their normal never going to be normal because their best friend's kid isn't going to get the vaccine. And so their best friend and their kid maybe can't go play hockey together. So they've got to come and go, does this even make sense? Don't you remember that this so-called pandemic was about elderly people? It was about protecting our seniors. Now, common sense for me would have said, oh my gosh, if this is really concerned about our seniors, let's kind of barricade our seniors. Let's make sure life goes on as usual. But if you're going to come in and see your parents, we're going to make sure you're screened because we want them to have connection and love. We just want to make sure you're healthy before you come in and see them. Because more people in the seniors died of loneliness and depression because they didn't have connection. So that would have been if you were just really concerned about that population since it wasn't affecting anybody else. Now it's magical. Over here on the island, the virus is so smart on this particular part of Turtle Island. It's so smart. We were able to have the whole entire tourist season. We had the whole entire tourist season. Everybody had masks off. Everything was open. You know, clubs, productions, you name it. It was great. Tourists essentially go away the second week of September. Oh, the kids went back to school. We didn't start them with masks. Who do you think now has a case? Of course, it is the children because they're the only ones under 12 that have yet to be jabbed. But there's never any evidence that they get it. But once you start testing with this so-called scammy PCR test, I mean, the easy way to stop the case-demic is to stop getting tested. And I want everyone to be clear, if you think the PCR tests are coming from the ones and the cases are coming from the ones that haven't been jabbed, give your head a shake. Because the ones that are saying no to the PCR tests. They're saying no to the PCR test. They're saying no to the jab. They're saying no. Stay away from my friggin' body. If I'm sick, I'll let you know about it. And the cases that are coming down in the hospital that the headlines are saying having to do with them vaccinated, if you read very carefully, it says it has to do most of it says you're considered unvaccinated if you've had one dose. And especially, it has been proven that in the first 2 weeks following you being injected with something that you didn't have before, or maybe you did, maybe you had the antibodies, and now the antibodies and the virus are fighting in your body, and now you're spreading it. I mean, common sense tells me, why would you inject something into yourself that you didn't have and you probably have natural antibodies for already if it was such a pandemic and it was everywhere? But common sense doesn't seem to be common much anymore. Common sense seems to be like we have a well-trained hypnotic mind that was schooled all through an education. And I had one of those until I start to shift my perspective. If it wasn't for my journey to trust my inner guidance back in 1991, to leave the world in Toronto and land in Kenya, Nairobi, and spend 4 months traveling Eastern and Southern Africa, and to see a completely different world, I might have been still like a lot of my friends saying, what are you talking about? It's a pandemic. We've never seen anything like this. Just get the jab and everything will be okay. Well, I'll go back to normal. But thankfully for me and my sanity and my health, I went from being diseased and disordered 30 years ago, working on a treadmill, great pay, great materialism, great benefits, to having a life of freedom and trust and belief, and to raise 2 beautiful daughters that can think for themselves and make their own choices that are best for them, that have nothing to do with what I feel is best for them, because it's not my body and it's not my choice. They were only in me when I was carrying them. And I did the best of what I was guided to do, which was, turned out, wasn't my plan, but it turned out no vaccines. And then they ended up being pulled from school to be unschooled. So I know what all these experiences are, and I know the experience of what it is to notice the system, and the legal E's and T's are about keeping you powerless and benefiting the corporations. I was schooled in that too by my ex. I just wasn't quite ready to receive it fully, because it just seemed so overwhelming that our systems and structures could actually be set up to not really care about us as living, breathing men and women. They were cared about benefiting the corporations. And finally, you know, as that came to be for me, and I realized, you know what, if I focus on that every corporation, every government has individuals, men, women, sentient beings there, whatever brand you want to call them, but everyone was born either a man or a woman, a boy or a girl when they were born. Okay, they were born that way. Whatever they choose to be since then, that's fine. Whatever they choose is fine. That's their life. But as that sense of male, female, when you first came along, and that you have that right to be and right to choose, and that is what changes the world, because in every government and corporation, it's made up of people. And people, when they open their hearts and they look eye to eye to each other and they connect and they say, how do we get through this? What's our next step? How do we make it more harmonious? It isn't about just get a jab and everything goes back to normal. Because normal wasn't normal. People were starving. People were homeless. We couldn't even get friggin' clean drinking water into our so-called reserves for the natives. My kids in 2009 asked the Me We organization, because they were doing a fundraising project, could we raise money for water for our First Nations people? And Me We said, no, we're not set up for that. We can do it for Kenya. We can do it for Ecuador. We can do it for those things, but we can't do it for our own people. That was the end of the relationship with Me We, because that doesn't even make sense that you can't help your own people. But that's how much corporate involvement there is that goes on. And now, you know, last year, you can see what happened with Me We. There was a whole shift in that dynamic of energy back in 2008, 2009, 2010, I think. 2010, probably, was where the corporations just sort of swept in and went, oh my gosh, we've got minds of 12-year-olds, 11-year-olds, 13-year-olds that we can mold and start to train them into how to become a liberal and how to buy the way we want to buy. How do we channel their energy and hypnotize them into being the perfect consumer the way we want to? Sounds like, oh my gosh, that couldn't possibly be, but you just have to talk to somebody that's been in advertising or marketing to actually sit down and say, so how many times do you go through a campaign? How much energy and money is spent on manipulating the perception of the person watching that ad or looking at that, whether it's on the news media, like a TV or print media? Millions. How much money is spent on the Super Bowl and that ad, and that production, just to capture and manipulate the perception? Do you know that pharmaceutical companies spend something like, check it out, go Google it, because I'm not going to say it's quite accurate, but I'm going to just throw it out there. 60 to 70% of all advertising revenue, it comes from pharmaceutical companies. They make billions and billions of dollars. They forecast in deaths when they make a product. That's how they've existed since the beginning of time. There are doctors that I've spoken with since this pandemic started. And I remember one saying to me, the most difficult thing for me and some of the other doctors since this started was we've started to question the whole vaccine mandate, because we were type A personalities that get into med school. We were focused and driven, and we read and did everything they told us to do, and we memorized it and we regurgitated it because we were going to be the best doctors, schooled and educated in what they told us to do. So they told us the polio vaccines worked. They gave us the energy. We did it. And she goes, we've all inoculated thousands of people based on what they told us to do. She goes, and it's really difficult for us now to look at each other and say, oh, were we had back then too? Was that all a manipulation so we could exchange childhood illnesses for chronic ailments like chronic fatigue, lupus, chronic encephalitis, autism, you name it, right? And I know that's a touchy subject for someone, for those that have never had that experience. But if you've had the experience of bringing your child home after being injected with a vaccine and they're screaming or they're yelling or they went from being verbal to nonverbal, there is nothing as a mother that you can tell that mother that says there wasn't a connection, because you and so many can feel such guilt and remorse that, oh my God, you made that choice and it affected your child in a manner that has scarred them physically or emotionally or mentally. And we did it because we were told to do it. And then we regret it. And that regret and guilt can eat away inside of you. So those of us that are standing and saying no, a lot of us have already had these experiences to say no. No, you'll never do it to us again. No, no means no. And back to beautiful Catherine.
You are so beautiful and wonderful. The march is starting. This is hello to our beautiful boys in blue. We are so grateful for them.
Do any of them want to say hello?
Do any of them want to say hello? Probably not.
Why don't you go ask one of them? Just check it out.
I don't think they're allowed to.
If anybody could get them to say something, it would be you, Catherine.
I know, but I also don't want to get them fired. I don't want to start problems for these beautiful people that we love so much.
Okay.
So this is the march. And we've got a policeman up there taping everybody. So those cameras on top, they're AI facial recognition cameras. So, yeah, we haven't had police presence for quite a while. And then we have other people coming in and filming as well. And then we have my beautiful friend Tamara and her daughter. Hi. And Dalton and beautiful people everywhere.
Nice. So you're going from Queen's Park to where? Bloor or where? College?
Yeah, we're going Bloor Street West. We actually go different routes most of the time. Sometimes it's the other way. Most of the time it's the other way. But it is super loud.
You know, I got to tell you, Catherine, I heard today that a gentleman that used to live in Toronto, and not the one you met, another one, just got a ticket in New Brunswick because of being at a rally based on facial recognition. And he's like, sorry, I wasn't even there. I'm living in a whole other province. So the facial recognition system doesn't exactly work perfectly.
Yeah, that's so interesting because I'm on an app that tracks you. And yesterday it tracked an area that I wasn't really quite in. So all of this AI is also a little bit off and it's not as accurate as one would think it is.
Right. Well, maybe
super
we're
bright today.
Yes, it's beautiful. It's nice and warm, right?
Super hot. I wore jeans and my Freedom t-shirt. But yeah, definitely gorgeous, gorgeous summer day. Most people are very polite, friendly.
Yeah, well, that's always usually what happens with a worldwide crowd, right? We're always very polite, and we're always pretty peaceful.
Hi, nice to see you.
Wait, did you get 3 copies?
Sorry?
I like the little kid that said, no vaccine passport.
No segregation.
Right.
Segregation is a huge issue, as we all know. I guess we're going to know what it feels like to be from a different culture in our own country, even though we're all human. So it's going to be interesting on Tuesday, and some people are really dead set on implementing the Vax Pass. So I think we really need to stand together and realize it's not about a vaccination, it's about an ID, a digital ID. So we can track and trace for everything we do.
Yeah, and you know, in Israel, right? If they don't get the 3rd shot, they're already considered not vaccinated. So it's never going to end, right?
I know.
It's always going to continue until you say no.
It's kind of interesting. Oh, this is where John Tory lives.
Okay.
So sometimes, for some reason, people stop here. This gentleman here prays for him.
Is it true he's in a boot camp?
Pardon?
Is it true?
Say that one more time, Joe.
Is it true he's in a...
He's in a high rise up there.
Okay.
So I feel sorry for his neighbors, just for because there's people here that protest quite often, but I mean, I guess that's what happens.
Right. Well,
when you're implementing situations
yeah.
that doesn't serve the public.
And I see the police are blocking them with his bikes, right? So people don't get any closer, right?
I'm not sure people... Sorry, it's so loud here. I'm not sure if people want to take a ride and go up. because people protest in front of Doug Ford's house quite a bit, but nobody's ever tried to go into his house
Right.
or anything like that.
We're too well behaved.
Yes, we're Canadian.
Well, we're also heart-centered, right? We're just standing for our rights and freedoms, right? And so, you know, at this point, we're doing it honorably, and we're hoping that other people will turn around.
I think Canadians will always do it honorably. I think, like, for the most part, the police have been really good with us, and they really do, like, they don't want to be part of this. They're stuck in a situation where they can't really do much. And I think they do the best that they possibly can do. And the politicians, as we all know, are just globalist puppets. So the two, it's not easy to control someone. You have three choices. One is I pay you off. The other one is I blackmail you. And if those two don't work, then I can threaten you. So they are puppets, and we have to find empathy in our hearts for them and understand what's really going on, and just hope that everything will change really soon.
Right.
And if we think with compassion, we won't judge them.
That's a very good point. It's finding compassion for them because we really don't know what's going on their side, right? We just would love them to sort of come rescue us and end the story, but I guess that's not how the movie goes.
I think we all have to do it together if we could get some of them on our side. And most people know Nuremberg 2 has already started to whatever best extent that could go. But people have to really stand up for themselves, stand up for their children. And the best thing is, don't comply with anything you don't want to do. And like I said, it's really about freedom of choice.
So when you said Nuremberg 2, for those that have never heard those words, who's running that? Is that the one in the States or Reiner Fullmich?
That's Reiner Fullmich, but I believe he's working with Rocco Galati in Toronto, and I believe he could possibly be working with other lawyers as well in the States.
And so where can people find out information on that one, do you know? Google Reiner?
Try Googling him and BitChute. I'm not sure if he's on World Doctors Alliance or Health Doctors Alliance or something like that. I think we're moving. There's certain people that guide the protests, so I'm actually following them because it's kind of hard to get this many people moving, even when we're at Queen's Park.
Right.
So there's a group of men and women that you kind of have to just follow if you want to be with the friends. So.
Yeah. Oh, there's good old Tim Hortons. So are they going to the same thing? You got to be vaccinated to go through the drive-through?
I know, really. I think these measures are a little insane.
It is. Well, according to Jason, he was saying the exemption form in New Brunswick basically doesn't expel out the legal terms and conditions. You know how most legal forms say what each word means?
Yeah.
So he was saying if you look at that, the form itself there's no legality or lawfulness to it, right? Even what they're saying. So,
well, I know in New York they tried to say the religious exemption wasn't good enough, so that went to court, and the religious people won. They have to honor religious exemptions.
Right.
So what happens in the States usually follows here. It's not being, well, at the moment, no exemptions being honored. There will be exemptions honored. I don't want to name but there's certain politicians that are not vaccinated, and some of their kids aren't, and they've come forward with saying, alternative methods that you could do to take care of yourself, health-wise. So all this stuff that's happening in the media saying unvaccinated people shouldn't be allowed health care, that's like forcing an obese person to lose weight before they're allowed health care. We have to meet everyone where they are in their life and do the best we can in whatever given situation that's happening at that moment.
Well, are you running for the People's Party? Because they could use someone like you.
Me? Maybe next time. I think it's already done here. Our election finishes on Monday.
Right.
My sister wanted me to run, but I really haven't been political until this last year and a half.
Well, I think that's where a lot of the People's Party came from, right? Is this whole point is they would just start saying enough's enough. Obviously, the politicians aren't standing up for the people.
Yeah.
So it will be interesting. But
so. No, I was just gonna say I could see again. The sun was so bright. Even with my glasses on, I couldn't see anything.
Okay, so now I'm going to test you. So what does ASMN stand for?
Well, that's a good one. Métis Indigenous Nation, Assiniboine, and it's the... No, it's not Assiniboine. It's
Assiniboine.
Assiniboine.
A shin, like your shin, like on your leg.
Assiniboine.
Assiniboine Solutrean.
Solutrean.
Yes.
And then Indigenous Nation.
Yeah. So you're an Anishinaabe woman.
Yes,
woman.
I am.
Because that's a culture that lives from the heart.
And I do have Indigenous blood in me. My sister's done the genealogical report on us, and we actually, I think most Canadians do if you go back far enough. Yeah. Somebody married somebody.
Well,
and had babies.
Also, the genetic factor X2A is also come from, they're wondering, like the Solutreans, how they transferred maybe from the northern parts of Europe and up from the southern parts. But it was definitely possibly another species, right?
She wants me to give a card out. I thought she just wanted a hug. Would you like a paper? Oh, I'm double vaxxed. Congratulations. Would you like it's a booster shot. So it's like it's a booster shot. It's a free booster shot. Look. And then you get a booster passport. Look.
Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's so funny.
But brilliant idea.
Wasn't that the fruit? Like, wasn't that a smoothie place?
Oh, it still is.
Right. Okay. Right. Because I used to patronize that at the airport. Right. Yeah.
Whoa. Standing in a bicycle lane, not wise.
No, not wise at all. So that's pretty good that your camera's got this great data connection that it's still, or battery life.
It's still, I don't have a great battery left, and I actually forgot, because I got ready so quickly, I forgot to bring my backup, my charger. So maybe I should sign off for a little while and sign back in later.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Bye, my darling.
Bye. Love you.
You look beautiful. Yeah. Okay. Bye.
Oh, yes, the beauty of technology. So let's see. So we're actually more than halfway through this experience. And here, coast to coast, we maybe we'll get a recap then of Nova Scotia and Fredericton, since we haven't had them pipe in at the moment. I'm just checking here to see if there's any other notifications that have come in. And you know, that's the wonderful thing, right, about going with the flow, is you just never know what's going to happen. So I appreciate that those that have shown up have been able to share something with you in a different perspective, and that the information that is dropping in my mind or out of my mouth is potentially shedding some light on some things. And for those that could be recording this whole event just to see what I'm up to, I do appreciate and have great compassion for you, because I keep getting a little signal here. So of something else going on. Sometimes I've had some wonderful things going on with my computer in the last little while. So I completely honor and respect that I could be being tracked walked, listened into, however you want to call it, in that experience. So, and I'm doing so for those that are, it's all about living from the heart. And the information that you can recognize is that trusting and believing in one's own inner guidance and one's own intuition, one's own moral compass will actually, in a sense, deliver you to the promised land. Because there is only one thing that you can count on. And that one thing that you can count on is what you're actually feeling guided to do, what your body is experiencing. And when you're clear and you're free and you're out of the influence, it's a whole other vibe and perspective. You're only talking about visions and places and co-creative and innovation. You're looking for solutions and new ways of being. The conversations of the past and the ancient archaic ideas and the gathering of evidence from past historical information disappears because you know that it's been resting on, in a sense, a false premise. So most of the history that we learned here on the land commonly called Canada is being decimated right, left, and center as we realize we've been deceived pretty much the whole existence of the country. So from the BNA Act, the only thing that the Crown owned was the Hudson Bays Company. And that is that part. Then the BNA Act was repealed. The Constitution was contingent, in 1982, was contingent on the language rights, Section 59. And if you remember, for any of you remember, there was the Meech Lake Accord and the Charlottetown Accord as they were trying to work out the language rights. Because without the language rights solved, and the language right was saying that in Quebec, people could be schooled in English, and there's no way the French were going to let them to be schooled in English. So essentially, it was like a magic, it's going to be a very difficult thing to alleviate. So the Constitution isn't valid, even though we believed it's been valid. And the Bill of Rights is valid, but the Bill of Rights, again, just verifies what our rights and freedoms are and have always been. That in Worldwide Rally 4.0, we have 5 important freedoms: freedom of speech, freedom of moral conscience, freedom of movement, freedom of assembly, and freedom of health, which is bodily autonomy, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. You have those rights. They were confirmed and verified to put a symbol in the air for all governments after the Second World War with the United Nations Human Declaration of Human Rights. Okay, if you've never read that before, you might want to go Google that. The United Nations Declaration of Human Rights. Okay, the PEI, human rights, was designed on that. Our Canadian human rights was designed on that. Most countries' human rights were designed based on that same document. That document has been the source of many treaties. So if that's the source of many treaties, that document is law, international law. Essentially, everything in that document has more or less been violated over the past 18 months. So it doesn't matter that the Constitution says we can retract your rights, because there was no Constitution. That's why in the legal system, they want you to use the Constitution, because you've got no legal standing and they know you don't have any legal standing. Lawful standing is, though thou will do no harm. I will love you and do my best to treat you with love and respect. And if I've stepped on your toe, I'm going to say, oh my gosh, I'm sorry. If I bought your house and then I said, oh, guess what? You know what? There is a leak in the roof. Did you know that? If you're being honorable, you go, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know, or I thought I'd fix that. Let's work out that together, right? Or maybe I'll cover that. We'd work hand in hand. If you're dealing in the legal system, you've got a 15-page document or, all these things to go through in order to find agreement. We can do that one-on-one. People, one man, one woman to each other, heart to heart, eye to eye. We can come into agreement with each other. Yet, if you start to hide behind all these legal definitions like crown, like what the frig's a crown? Is it a crown that shows up on the desk in a legal case, right? No, But these men and women pretend it's the crown. Oh, it's just the way it is. It's the way it's always gone. We talk about the crown. Has the crown been taken over by China? Did China actually absorb all the world debt? Because, you know, China has been very strategic over the last, I don't know, 10, maybe 15 years about going into countries and helping them with the infrastructure. So you can go into most of the so-called what were they, third world countries, as we used to talk about them, because there was the G20 and all of our G7 went to G20, all its prosperity, and then you had all the other countries. Well, China went and worked in them. They built their infrastructure. So they found this commonality that said, this is great. They're helping us rebuild our roads. They're helping us rebuild the railroads. They're helping us with our oil patch, like in Iran. They're doing all these things. And then they're saying, guess what? Now, this massive debt that has been going on that we have been continually told, well, we're just your taxes. But if you have any sort of financial sense, there's no friggin' way the so-called country or the world can continue operating in debt consistently unless it's a great big monopoly game. And if it's a great big monopoly game, why do they need your taxes? Because they're just printing money anyways. They're just printing it. There's no gold backing anymore. So that's another realization. If you're working here in the nation like of Asman, we have resource-based economy. We're resource-based. That means clan mothers own the resources. This is our land and our resources. Corporations have no claim to it. They're squatters. So if you want to get back on track and start to be with men and women who love each other, honor each other, cooperate, and co-create, then you will come together as one. We will overthrow the corporations, put them in their place because they have no heart, no legal liability, and they're just created on paper. Okay? So it's up to you on what your choices are if you're working for living, breathing men and women or you're working for the corporations. It's really quite simple. You might be in the corporations right now, working on the inside, right? Helping others to comprehend, but those structures are going to fall apart or have to be realigned in order to honor the individual people that make up this world. And we are going to have clean drinking water. We are going to have good food for people. We are going to have shelter for everyone. We are going to take care of each other because that is the original people's way. And that was always in existence. And health, for sure, was something that was primary and just existed here when the colonials first landed. It was them that they were shriveling up and having scurvy issues, etc. Like when they landed in Australia. They were the ones that were sick. They were the ones that were decrepit, but they were the ones that valued money and resources and jewels and gems and all that good stuff. And the open-hearted original people, original people, they were original people. They weren't ab-original. Ab means like opposite, doesn't belong. They were original people. That's how screwed up our language is and our history. So the original people, they own the land because they were with the land. But you can't own the land, right? Because we're stewards of the land. And the objective is to keep it going for 7 generations. That's how the original people be with life. And they trust that there'll be resources and they'll trust they'll move. So the idea that a residence is your place of being in your home is a manipulation. Your home is where your heart is, in your body, in your temple, in your, this is where the spirit lies, this is where you live. And wherever you walk, you are still home. You may have an address you may have an address where you sleep or eat, etc. But that is a place that you spend time at. Your home is here. And wherever you are, it's home. And this is your property. Everything about you is your property. The piece of paper that's defined as a person that they created and had your parents do when you were like 2 weeks of age and said you need to register or else, the threatening, the coercion started back then. If you've never had kids, you've never had that experience. I tried to change my child's name on the birth certificate, right? When I signed up, I was like, I'm going to give her a new name. But it came right back. No, you can't do that. That's illegal, right? And who wants to be illegal? Well, just the people in the legal firms and the lawyers. They're always illegal, using case law to banter back and forth. They don't care if they hurt or harm people or trespass on their rights or freedoms. They just care about manipulating the system based on their case law and getting their paycheck. And there might be one or two, but there is an ongoing joke. It goes like this. The lawyer and I think the Pope should get changed, but let's use it. A lawyer and a really good Samaritan ended up in heaven at the pearly gates. And St. Peter said, I'll take you to your rooms. And he took the good Samaritan to his room, and it was just like a tiny little 10 by 10 room. And then he took the lawyer. They kept going to this great big mansion, pool and everything. And the lawyer said, how come I get this great big room and the good Samaritan only gets the little one? He's like, well, we've had lots of good Samaritans, but you're the first lawyer. Ba-boom bump. And that's traditionally the legal system. And I would have just doubted that if I'd not had the experiences I've had with the police this year and the justice system. And when 3 sheriffs can stand outside a public courtroom door and deny me entrance, and when I ask them, do you know you're breaking the law? And they like look at me with a deer in headlights and they go, we're just following orders. That is such a cop out. Cop out. It's exactly cop out. There's no moral integrity. There's no moral compass when you're just following orders. Those in the Germany that were just following orders were also put to death. And if you think maybe you might not get put to death, your own moral injury will be caused by going against your own moral compass. It will eat away at you just like a cancer or a diabetes or anything else that's a disease and a disorder, because that's where sickness comes from. Sickness comes from the discombobulation between thoughts, energies in your own body, that you're at war in your own body. You're at conflict within your own body. When you come into peace and harmony in your own body and you are present to the magnificence of life, this amazingness, this awe, you step out and you radiate love and vitality. And you share that and you're like a lighthouse and that vibe just continues and everybody else gets electrified by it. And I love when I open up my hands on calls, whether it's our Heartwalker call or our Sister Circle, or even when I'm working with people in their transformations, and they can feel on the other side of the world the calm, or even, the other problem, they can feel the calm and their vibe shifts and everything just resonates in a completely different perspective. That's the power of presence and connection and possibility. Fear is there as a false expectation appearing real because only you are thinking about the future or the past. The present is the gift. And in the present, anything's possible. So when Sunny and her husband conceived of this idea in Kassel, Germany, that we were going to do worldwide, we were all going to come together. I was delighted because years ago in 2017, I started the Global Party. I had this vision, Global Party. The first one was 30 hours of straight interviews, 30-hour marathon. I interviewed a new person every hour. I'd never even been up for 24 hours, so 30 hours seemed ridiculous. Yet I knew it was spirit that was running the show. And in the process, we were all learning to trust their inner guidance. And every one of those conversations was about healing from the inside out, that moment in time where somebody had to make the shift within themselves and something changed. So I knew way back then I had the vision. Wouldn't it be great if there were groups all over the world that came together on certain days and the vibration just continued. And this is what's going on worldwide now with worldwide demonstration, worldwide rally for freedom. We're all standing for our rights and freedoms to choose to have our own experience. It's unique and special as it is. So I hope you are one of those people. I hope you are really embracing this moment of transformation, that you can see that it really is like a caterpillar breaking down and becoming a butterfly. So I've said it many times already today, but the caterpillar got shoved in the chrysalis March 2020. And on that Global Party, we had 12 hours of people talking about face your fears as soon as you can, because this is going to be longer than 2 weeks. Okay? The faster you deal with your fears, the faster you'll be able to awaken and be in the freedom and the flow. So now, pretty much, we're at the point the caterpillar has disappeared. People still want normal. They want to come back. They're like, where are my legs? Where's the fuzzy stuff? and the butterfly is developing. Some have already broken free of the chrysalis and they've been gone for years, and they're coming back and they're flying and they're saying, hey guys, it's going to be okay. I know you're not going to look anything like you are. You're not going to be on the ground anymore. You're going to have complete freedom. We're doing our best to say it's going to be fine. But in here, in your heart, you got to find that faith and trust. So we can encourage you, we can inspire you, we can spread the light, we can spread the love, we can say, go this way, have these experiences. You can get my book, Trusting Your Intuition, Discover Your Superpower in 10 Days. You can watch my videos on YouTube or the podcasts that are still there on Anchor. There's so much information out there if you need to be in a positive vibe to keep yourself move forward. And as I said, we have Heart Walkers tomorrow morning, Sunday mornings, and we have Turtle Island Healing Sister Circle on Sunday nights and Thursday evenings. So there's lots of free material out there, lots of positivity to keep you in the vibe, because this is happening. It's happening, whether you want it to happen or not. Law of attraction says you get attracted to exactly what you want. Law of the universe says surrender to your heart's desires. Your heart and the programming that you came with here, you know. And when you can trust and believe that we've gone through the crap, there's still some bumpy roads ahead for some of us, right? There's still some experiences that we need to practice to make sure our wings are strong enough, right? Because the butterfly has to have strong wings to break out of the chrysalis. Otherwise, they can't fly. So you have to have some experiences to test how strong you are in knowing who you are as a co-creative, conscious expression of the divine, God, source, unified field, whatever you want to call it. You're more than what you think you are. And you have the right to choose. And when you choose you, you're part of one. It's like a hologram. So when you choose you, you're choosing power for everyone else. It's the complete opposite, and the complete opposite of the narrative that they're telling you. That, oh, you should just get the jab for everybody else. No, that just lowers everybody's vibration. You don't go to the weakest link. You hold people up. I will always hold people up and say anything can be healed. Anything can be healed. I've seen medical doctors and scientists that verify this. There's a medical scientific group at the Circle of Friends. They've been verifying divine healings or unexplainable healings from their perspective. Chernobyl healing, cleanup crew, right? Agent Orange, poof, gone. Healings that can't be explained medically. And these doctors know that there's a power far greater than them. So when they go and they look at their patients, they ask for their highest and best good. And they're always surprised that, not always, quite often surprised that they'll get a different thought than what they would have been trained on. And they go, you know what, let's do this test. And when they do that test, they discover something they wouldn't have known. This is how miracles work. And team, together, everyone achieves miracles, is what we're all about. So if you're part of this cohesion, community, cooperative, connection, collaboration, heart to heart, there's a whole nation that's opened up for you. There's nations upon nations that are coming together all around the world, because we, the people, for the people, by the people, are the nation. And the previous one that was facadely built everywhere around the world is all coming down. Bum, bum, bum. And that, my friends, is essentially what we're witnessing. And it's a thrilling time to be witnessing the breakdown to the breakthrough. Reframing. Okay, I keep saying reframing because I'm in a frame, right? You're watching and you're seeing me in a frame. So reframing, change it to a circle. A square is right, got limitation. A circle, have it opening. The shape of how you perceive things changes. The perspective that you have changes. A butterfly's perspective is different than a caterpillar. But if I'm a butterfly and I'm talking to a caterpillar, which I've done for a lot of years, and I'm going, why can't they hear me? I'm only getting why they can't hear me because people are only starting to hear me now. Because they're only getting to that point that they comprehend that the world that they lived in was a facade. It was based on deceit and delusion and about keeping you in a box. And to step out of that box without having to peel all the onion layers, just to make a choice and say, which do you prefer? Okay, 2 choices, chocolate ice cream, vanilla ice cream. Someone else will go, I want strawberry. But if we just had 2 choices, you have the choice to believe that all is going to work out in your favor and that your heart's desires are there designed to come true and your inner guidance knows how to get you there? Or the other one that says, oh my gosh, everything that you believe to be true is falling apart and you're losing your rights and freedoms and it's just going to get worse? You pick. Which one do you want? We have an unexpected visitor that has no microphone and no camera on. So I don't know exactly how they can share. So let's see if I can unmute their microphone. Nope. Can't unmute their microphone and I can't add them back at the moment. So I'll just have to wait until they decide to unmute and want to come up, because if there's can't talk and we can't see them, it's pretty difficult to have them contribute. So I know you can hear me. When you're ready, unmute and come on up. So that's the scoop. Which one do you choose? Do you choose to lean into something that makes you feel good, or you choose to lean into something that makes you feel awful? And when you realize that you have the ability to choose, right? I have the ability to choose, then life changes. So we are going to now, we have live action. Okay, let's bring this. Woo! This is Kelowna, BC.
Hello, hold on for a second. Hello now. Hey.
Hi.
Slides. Can you talk to me?
Hey, hi, Jackie. Hey.
Hi, Bettina. How are you?
No, we're not recording. We are live. Okay, so we are kicking off in a few seconds.
Yay!
Okay, so how was your rally?
Well, Charlottetown has been great. We had one of our people, what do they call them? The party people also was talking, and we were at Chad in Newfoundland, and he had one of his people pop up. Halifax and Fredericton never jumped on. We've had Toronto. We've been big in Toronto. They've got probably 30,000 people.
Wow.
Yep. So it's been around turn. So I would say in St. John's there's probably 200, maybe 100 in Charlottetown.
Okay.
So things are growing, and I think 5.0 on November 20th will just be off the charts.
Okay, Jackie, is there a way to turn the camera, because I will be on stage, and or do they have to just point at
I think they're going to have to point it at you.
Okay.
I found that one out last time.
Okay, sounds good.
That's when I was pointing it at the clouds.
All right. Okay, I think we're getting ready here.
All right. Good luck.
Good job, everyone, and thanks for the live stream. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Good. All right.
Okay, so you just need to point the.
But right now it's not muted and it's going.
Right?
Yeah. No, I can still hear you. There you go. Okay. Okay, we're going to pull them down for a minute while they get ready, because they're getting ready to go in Kelowna. This is the part, right? So we're almost coast to coast now. We've sort of jumped along here. And this is pretty good, because this idea just popped in, I think, yesterday, right? We're like, hey, or maybe it came in a couple of days ago, and then it was coordinating it to make it, to know who could be there. So some of our so-called on-live reporters have yet to report in, but that does not mean that they won't be back and giving us an update of what has happened. So we've had a lot of information today. We've talked about your rights and freedoms based on the words that you use and the legalities of the form. So there's all kinds of conversation out there about notice of liabilities and serving people. And if you've had that experience, if you're giving them a notice of liability and you're saying, are you going to sign it? A lot of them are like, no, I'm not going to sign it, right? But they're still going to say, well, you've got to go. And they feel that they have lawful justification for it. One of the questions that I have asked some people is this an opportunity for you to discern whether or not you actually want to be employed in that place? Or is this an opportunity for you to actually say it's time for a shift? There are some people that just want a legal perspective, thinking that the case is going to be held in the law and that's going to be done. A lot of the cases that the lawyers have taken have never made it to court, or have made it to court and have been, in a sense, moved forward to be heard. Like the one, Bonnie Henry, I think it is 2023, Rocco Glennie, like the cases have yet to be heard. The only ones that have so-called been heard are the ones that we're doing with the international tribunals or the common law courts, where the people are doing them. So the verdict here in Prince Edward Island was unanimous when we had the jury, and the trial and the harms and the trespasses were heard. So the individuals that were playing the roles of the women and the men, of the Premier, the Minister of Justice and Public Safety, the woman who plays the Lieutenant Governor, and the woman who's plays the role of the Chief Medical Health Officer, they were all found guilty of harms and trespasses against the people here. Now, under civil code, which is the code that the legal system does, there's about 19 different criminal charges. So when we're coming from an Indigenous tribunal standpoint, we go by the heart, and we have law, and we can exercise that law, and we can enforce that law. And that's what's going to be starting to happen very quickly. So for those that think that they're above the so-called law because they have the legal system there, they're soon going to realize that the momentum has changed, and there is going to be enforcement actions taken. And it's quite an exciting time to realize that we have more on our side than we think we do. And as I said, the power of the people, the individual people and the resources is far greater and superior. And what comes from whatever you want to believe, higher power, divine consciousness, God, creator, source, you name it, is way more infinite and powerful than anything that could be contrived of here by paperless, fictitious, heartless pieces of paper, corporations. So away it's going to go. And yeah, it's going to be a completely different experience as we realize we are physically and spiritually open to seeing magic happen. Just like the waves change, just like the ocean connects us all, we're all connected. There's always enough abundance. We've just been programmed to think of lack and limitation. So saying all that, it is difficult when you realize you've been judgmental of a bunch of other people in your life over the course of the process when they thought differently than you. Or, you know, that healing of your inner self has got to happen. And when we're standing for freedoms and we're putting that way out there and saying you have the right to choose, again, on Worldwide Rally, here we are, 5 freedoms. The freedom to speak. Speak. Babies come out crying. They already have that right. The freedom to move. They're already moving their body. They're moving their mouth. Freedom of moral conscience. They absolutely have thoughts and can and respond to vibrations and frequencies. The freedom to assemble. Assemble means like connection, and that's what babies do. They connect, they grab on, they want to hang out with mom and dad. And the freedom of their own health and autonomy. They were created meticulous without any medical intervention. And then the journey begins away from the creative process into the orchestrated process. So it's different for everybody, but that's essentially what's going on. 5 freedoms: speak, move, moral conscience, assemble, and health. Your body, your right. And those of us that know that those freedoms exist because we were born into this experience called life, they just exist. It's deception and deceitful to think that the government gives you those rights and freedoms. And we are here standing all around the world and voicing our words, taking our actions, because those are our rights and freedoms, because we value those for you also. Because we recognize sometimes people are so controlled and manipulated, someone else has got to be the light to help free them. And you might not get that right now. You might think that you're okay. When you come out from under that influence is when you will discover there is a completely new world. Now, it could be that we have 2 worlds in like a wormhole, you know, going together. And those of us on this world are like, we don't get what the heck they think there's a virus over here. And those of us that are going, I can't believe that there's, you know, they don't get that there's a virus, right? They're completely different. They could be like parallel experiences and they'll just blanch out of a wormhole later. I don't know. That's what we're going to discover. All I know is that everyone that's standing and speaking today, a worldwide rally demonstration, rallies for freedom all over the world, know in their heart, in their whole body, their whole beingness, that rights and freedoms are gifts to experience life, to enjoy life, to thrive. Restrictions, coercion, manipulation is opposite of what life is about. You may like being manipulated. You might being coerced. You might like privileges and consequences. You might like being controlled. You might like being watched every step of the day. You might be okay with all that. And that's your choice. We are okay with you choosing what you want to choose. We're just saying, hey, we have a right to choose too. That's what we're standing for. You have the same right to choose. We're just saying we have that right to choose too. And so if you're being honorable and respecting our rights, you're okay that we chose health. We chose vitality. We chose to say no means no. We refuse your offer to contract into fear. We refuse it. What the heck? Why the heck would we want to hang out with fear? If you had two friends, joy or fear, who do you want to hang out with? You might like misery. You might like fear. You might like that. That's okay. You can choose that. Many of us like joy. Many of us like love. Many of us like connection. So that's what Worldwide Rally for Freedom is about, is that everybody has the right to choose. You want to choose your gender? Great. Choose it. No problem. Might be a problem for some still, but I'm saying it's your right to choose. I'm saying I have my right to choose to be healthy. I have my right to listen to good vibes. I have my right to turn off the TV, to turn off the conversation, and to say to the men that show up with glasses, hats, and masks, wearing guns, that they're trespassing. They're trespassing on my rights and freedoms to exist because they think they have a right to interfere in my life because I'm spreading a message of peace, harmony, love, and joy. Oh, it's marvelous, isn't it? Those of us that want to hold the light and shine the light are those that will help change the world for us that wanted that world. You can still have the other one. I'm going to see if they're not quite ready yet here. We're up in Kelowna, but they're coming. They're just starting. So it's actually 12:08 there in BC. And because, right, they're 4 hours. See? So there again, it's a perfect example of how time, right? Their so-called clock is saying it's 12:08 and my clock is saying 4:08, but we're going to be on the same screen at the same time. And in that moment, you're going to see both things. So what is true and what is real? Which is which? It's all there in one perspective. And when you can grasp that that's the world we're going to, it's complete multidimensionality, and that everybody can have their own unique experience, just like their own social media page, then you can start to honor and respect that everybody has their choice. As Catherine said from Toronto, you know, some of the guys that are police officers were coerced into getting the vaccine. They didn't want to have it, but their own so-called brothers or sisters in the police, their superiors, whether they were threatened with losing their pension, or like one of the police officers that was on Christopher James the other night, he was going to lose 40 hours of work in time and salary because he took his kids to a park. And then the police came along and said, no, the park is closed. I mean, if you think that makes any sense, then it makes sense to you. For me, it's insanity. It's like the parents that were there saying, when my kids are done playing in a half hour, 45 minutes, naturally, we'll let them go. We will go home. But because it's private property and it's control, it's not about a virus. It's not about a virus. We're going to, say you can't come play. If you're concerned about health, you're going to let children play. Children, when they play, they touch, they fly, they do things, they're healthy, they're vitality, they thrive. But you know, those that see it differently. And that's why I say it's when you can share your own personal experience that makes a really big difference, or maybe somebody in their profession that speaks to their heart. I mean, it's beyond me. You know, I have a friend that's a teacher, and she couldn't go wear a mask and a plastic shield and teach her children. She's like, this is not how little children connect. Little children mimic and they image. Their brain works on taking what they experience and making it into a reality. That's why so many children that have traumas eventually are affected by them, because they become embodied in their psyche and they have to be released as they get older. That's why PTSD is so big with people in the military. It's the same thing. You take in all these factors and you absorb them into your body like a sponge. And if you keep holding them on, you become disease disordered, mental or physical illness. If you release them, you start to get healthy. You heal from the inside out. So anybody that's a teacher, she was saying, like, for her, you couldn't do. But other people are like masking up, like to teach children. That makes sense to them. That makes sense to them. They probably want to be part of a high-tech society that has no personal connection. That's their choice. But for those of us that want to connect and really connect, you know, we are going to connect now with Kelowna.
We're going to get very intimate. And I think it's very good to be across from the city of Kelowna, because you, the people, own the city of Kelowna.
It works.
This
Good.
is your
Yes.
land. They're on your payroll.
I can see you, and I can hear her.
Work for us. And that they're going to be held accountable for their activities. So I don't mind standing here looking at the city of Kelowna. And Basran, we got a few words for you too, my friend. Who do you work for? Who do you work for? Thank you. Come on down. I don't want to get too passionate. We're just saying hello. Come on in, everybody. Please, let's get close. These are probably one of your best friends. Look to your right, look to your left, behind you and in front of you. These are your people. It's a brand new world, and these are your people. Sure, we got some crazy nuts around here.
It's perfect.
But that's good flavor in a can of soup, isn't it? A little bit of flavor is good. Praise the Lord.
Showed up, so I know.
Now, you may hear me talk about the Lord because I love him. I don't know what else to do with my life but to love him, because he cares for me when things are terrible, like right now. And things can be so discouraging, especially when we don't see the good things happening behind the scenes. But I'm here to remind you all today that you cannot have darkness without light. It is impossible. He made day and he made night. He made the moon and he made the sun. You tell me, how is it possible? How is it possible for darkness to be the only presence here today? It's impossible. According to the word of God, we're created in his image. It's his breath that went into our body.
Yes.
You know, I was reading the other day in the Passion Translation. It's one of my favorites, Psalm 24. It says, "Open up ye ancient gates, and let the King of glory come in." Who is this King of glory? Power and might of. He is power. But what was interesting in that translation, it says he's coming in through you. So don't bother looking outside. He's coming through you. You are here today. You are the warriors that are here today. And for those of you that understand the Lord, then you must know he is coming through you. I'm going to talk a little closer. The volume is too low, David. It's max. Come in closer. Come in closer. So you know that it's impossible for darkness to be here without light. That is what I said. And that through us, God can do a lot. And that's why we're here today. I would like to open in prayer. My name is Ilona Zink. I've been asked to MC and I've been asked to open in prayer. I also would like to tell those people that are going to send me an email telling me what I'm doing right now is wrong, don't bother. I'm not going to respond. Canada was founded on the Trinity, the Spirit of God, the Son of God, and God. I will never be ashamed of our nation and what it stands for. I will never be ashamed to speak of his love for you and for me. And I certainly will never be ashamed to say a prayer. From sea to sea. So if we could just say a prayer now, that would be awesome so I can do my job. And again, I'm not responding to your email. Don't bother. Heavenly Father, you're a good and faithful Father, and I've asked you to take my mouth today. Please speak to your people. You know their hearts. You know their love for your nation that you love just as much. Heavenly Father, you are so faithful and you are so good. And you began Canada and you will finish it. We come before you and we ask for strength. We ask for wisdom and understanding during these crazy times of what you're doing. We ask that you help us to turn our hearts to you to get the answers. Give us the drive, give us the incentive, give us the love to keep going and to take our land back. To declare this glorious and free land of Canada, a place where people can come for rest. And Father, I also ask that you take every mighty warrior that's here today, and yes, this is personal, that you show up in their home and you bless them and you honor them and you strengthen them and you protect their families. For these are your warriors, these are your lovers, and they love Canada as much as you do. Heavenly Father, you're a gracious God. Though the enemy tries to do much harm, you turn it for good. That's what your word says. You turn it for good. And we just thank you for the awakening and for the love and the friendship that we have here today. May this fellowship continue during the week as well. Thank you, Father, for your love. We receive it. And thank you for your miracles. We receive those too. In your precious name we pray. Jesus, beloved Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
There is one small housekeeping matter that I would love to share with you. This magazine is called Common Ground. It's over at the Clear Table and it's free. Free. Good things should be free, huh? And in the Common Ground, recently, I have become involved with a group of people. I myself own betterbusinessstandards.com, but I've also come together with some others who are fighting for businesses. And this ad right in the first page, in the very first page, is one of our ads for the Canadian Sustainable Business Council. So please, if you get a chance, they are asking for you to take a survey. Your Common Ground is over there. We should have 400 copies. There should be enough for everybody. And that, on a personal note, is very important because businesses, which are being sandwiched in between and used to push out this narrative, the ones that are from China, they don't care. But our local businesses, they're suffering bad, and we want to help them. So please take the time to do that if you get a chance. And thank you. Thank you. So I'm honored today to introduce some speakers, some people who do a lot during the week, every week, that you have no idea what they commit to, and it's pretty darn impressive. Bettina is one of those ladies who I have immense respect for. She's responsible for a good portion of what's happened today. And I'm not going to steal her thunder. I would love for Bettina to come up and to share herself all of the wonderful things that she's doing and encourage you all. Bettina?
Wow! Hello, Kelowna! Good afternoon! Hello, Canada! Hello, world! Wonderful to see you all celebrating the Worldwide Rally number 4. Together with, again, close to 200 locations all around the globe. As always, we kicked off in the Philippines, in Australia, and then we travel until we have finally reached our final destination, Honolulu, Hawaii. Canada, by the way, is not just the second largest country in the world. We are the biggest participant of the Worldwide Rally number 4. BC alone hosts 7 locations, 7 worldwide rallies across this province. So welcome our newcomers, Seashell and Prince George. Those are the 2 new ones. So now I would like to thank David, of course, and the group Clear for again hosting this beautiful event, this global event. And where it all began actually back in March. Remember, I had a dream of a 24-hour rally. This is not just a dream anymore, it's reality. And since then, the Worldwide Rally grew significantly. And we obviously became such a big threat that Mr. Global shut down our international Facebook and Instagram. Yeah, welcome to the club. All right, so the Worldwide Rally, by the way, announced, and I would like to share this with you. We would like to encourage you to cash out today. So cash out means please go to your ATM and cash as much as you can out of your bank account. I don't know, whatever your daily limit is, whatever is in your bank account, please do so. Take cash out of our bank accounts. We need to get this over and resolved from these Mr. Evils. This is what the Worldwide Rally would like to encourage you to do. ATM, cash out today, worldwide. All right, so on behalf of the Worldwide Rally, I would like to thank you all for coming out today. And my special thanks go to the rally first-timers. Thank you so much. Thank you for standing up. Thank you, Kelowna. Together, we are free.
Look at her jacket. Isn't that awesome? Freedom. It's all about freedom. The land of the free. You may notice Clear is going to have some donation ladies. I believe they're ladies today with some buckets that will be going around for those of you who would like to donate. Obviously, it costs money to do this venue as well as running things during the week. So we do appreciate your donations, and they should be going around anytime. So I also have the pleasure of introducing another lady. I believe her name is Sybil, correct? Sybil. Okay, so she has something to share, something connected with Europe, and we'll let her speak.
Together we are free, Jackie. Yes, we are.
I know, that was great.
Thank
Hi,
you.
everybody. Unfortunately, I want to clarify one thing. I got a phone call yesterday from Curtis, the urban farmer. He had an emergency he had to deal with his family and couldn't make it here today.
Okay.
So I
Okay.
apologize.
All
I want to
right.
clarify
Thank you.
that.
Thank you.
I
Thanks
just got
for
notice of
Kelowna.
it yesterday. So
Okay, so that was Bettina. Bettina has, as she just said on there, had the vision of a 24-hour world rally. And as I was saying earlier, like when I did my first global party in 2017, it was shortly thereafter that I had the vision, because I did 30 hours and then I did 24 hours. I think actually September 21st, 2017. I think that's really when I had the vision to say, wouldn't it be great if people in every city, instead of just having one speaker that was coming from Australia, talking about healing from the inside out, that we were really transforming an individual. So it's amazing when you have a dream or when you have a vision. I'm going to suggest that the vision is there because it's designed for you to come forward and make it happen. So in the process, it's like some people will know that they go, oh, I had this idea, and then it came to be. Kevin Hardy, who was on earlier from Charlottetown, said that when he, in the 90s, sometime he thought, well, shouldn't there be the People's Party? Because there doesn't seem to be any political party for the people. And then hence, here's the People's Party, and he's actually a candidate for the election tomorrow. And he is a regular, when we want to say regular, it's so funny when we use that word regular, because he's a unique, special man. He's a man with a heart. And most people somehow seem to have lost their heart in the political realm. They might have come with good intentions, but then they get manipulated by the corporations. And I don't even think they realize how corporate it is. Jody Wilson-Raybould, if you remember her, the Attorney General, Justice Safety Minister, had to step down and away with the SNC-Lavalin controversy. She stayed within the Seven Grandmothers teachings because she is Indigenous, right? And she had to follow her own truth and honesty and know that this was whatever was going on did not align with her principles. And if we had people in the seats of the institutions that we call government actually all acting that way, instead of battling back and forth in terms of what the party's saying or just arguing for the sake of arguing, if we actually all came in with a vision and they opened up their hands and their heart and they said, so here's the issue with wherever it is, what is the best interest? Then maybe they would get new solutions and new ideas. Maybe if they were open to it, they would say, this is what's happening in my community. We've got no drinking water. Or the corporation up above is digging the uranium mine and it's polluting our water and causing cancer in our reserve, which has happened in Saskatchewan. And maybe we should stop that. Or maybe we need to look at another location. Maybe we have to find a win-win. If the premise was always to find a win-win instead of a divide and conquer, there would be a win-win. How is it that we manage health so that everybody gets health? That means learning to think better thoughts, learning to feel better thoughts, and learning to be better thoughts. It's mind-body medicine. Most of the other Eastern nations, like even Chinese medicine, Ayurvedic medicine, they all put it together. In Western medicine, we somehow take the head and think it's separate from the body. We think that your thoughts have no effect. But there's a great book called Biology of Belief that came about because the gentleman, Bruce Lipton, was trying to clone the cell. But when he removed the nucleus from the cell, which some of you may know is supposed to be the brain of the cell kept going. So there's so many more things going on. So when you focus on what it is you believe, notice if those beliefs are helping you. Because in the word belief is actually the word lie. And a lot of the things we've learned to be as truth were actually beliefs that we were taught. So right now, Worldwide Rally 4.0 has 5 important freedoms. Worldwide Rally 4.0 has 5 important freedoms. So that is the freedom of speech, the freedom of moral conscience, the freedom of mobility, the freedom to assemble, and the freedom of health, body, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, all that good stuff, all related to your body. Your body, you have to have jurisdiction over your body. You have to have sovereignty over your body. That's all you were given. You were given your body to have this experience in here called life. If you want to just be a robot, be a robot. That's okay. You can make that choice. But if you want to have the full experience of what life in presence is, because life is in the present, not the future, not the past, in the present. It's the experience between your ears and what's going on. When you get that, you get to move forward in the direction you wish to go. So it was lovely to see. They have a couple hundred people there in Kelowna, BC, and it was beautiful that Bettina was up there, sharing her vision and sharing what's going on. So as we said, it started in the Philippines last night about, I'm going to say now 18 hours ago, and we're going to finish in Honolulu in about 8 hours. So that's the amazing thing. Between Honolulu and the Philippines, there isn't much of, might be some little teeny islands, but there's no other worldwide rally for freedom events happening. So we have completely circled the globe. And Worldwide Rally 5.0 will be on November 20th. And on November 20th, I'm sure you're going to discover that there's going to be even more people that are going to be showing up, because by then the so-called narrative will have totally changed and shifted. It will be the fifth wave. And the fifth wave will be about the next level of people that are being awakened, because they're recognizing this is about power and control. Power and control actually has all that's ever been in our life. And now we're breaking free of that. That's what's happening. We're breaking free of the power and control that's always been there. We just didn't think it was there because they did it so nicely. They gave us some privileges. They gave us some rights. They taught us how to buy the things we wanted to buy. We were trained to get a good job, get a good career, make a lot of money, buy the things we needed to do, keep the other businesses in. And if you know anything about the word safety, the word safety has created so many billions of dollars of income for corporations because to keep people safe. It was a great one. When whoever came up with that, as long as we keep them safe, they'll buy something. So cribs, for instance, had to be, the bars kept getting, one child gets their head stuck in the crib. Now we got to make the crib smaller. You couldn't even give cribs away to someone who needed a crib, who didn't have the money to buy a crib. No, you had to force them to buy a new crib because the secondhand stores wouldn't take a crib because, it didn't meet the regulations anymore. That was the same with car seats and the same with strollers. Talk about a moneymaker, right? Like when you get your head screwed on correctly, you start to see that the narrative has been about making money. The health organizations, the doctors are about making money. It's about profit. It's about their $1 trillion business. 70%, I think, of ads that are on TV are funded by pharmaceutical companies. I can't even believe it when I turned on sometime when I was in the States a couple of years ago and I watched this. It's like, and if you take this one, you could have this and you could have that and you could have this. And I go, who would take that? But people do because they're like, doctor recommends, this is what it could be. You know what? People don't even realize that all the little things that go on with their body that they think is aging is actually the compilation of adverse reactions to all the medication and the negativity and the fear and the ongoing onslaught of vibes that they're taking in every single day. That would be a whole other conversation if we were talking about health. And that's what the 20% or the 30% of us that are out there standing right now for freedom and sharing the freedoms, we're already got a very present conscious connection with health. We've already had experiences for the most part, and we know that there's much more than a little teeny virus floating around that's going to get you. Okay? You know that your body's your barometer. You're not asymptomatic. You're asymptomatic because there's nothing that's bothering you. You've got billions of viruses around you all the time and bacteria. That's natural to blend in with everything. Okay? When you have a strong immune system, you don't have to worry about anything because you have a strong immune system, strong thinking, strong heart, strong vibes, strong community, strong connection. You're strong. Weak vibration, weak thoughts, weak-minded, weak heart, weak, susceptible to disease, and usually are the ones that were labeled COVID deaths as the comorbidity charts have shown all around the world. And those that got inoculated when they already had serious health issues and then have gotten worse, well, there you go. So reframing is part of this experience, right? That's what we're doing right now. We're reframing. So although Kelowna was just on, Kelowna is now off. And we got to hear Bettina speaking, and we got to see that there were a few hundred people there. We've been to Toronto. We were in St. John's and Charlottetown. We were in New Brunswick. And it's been pretty cool to kind of gallivant with different conversations across Canada. Because previously when I did Global Party, it really was Global Party. It was everywhere else but Canada. There once or twice I had somebody, Jada and Natalie, spoke, but pretty much I had people from all the rest of the world. So it's very nice to connect and be present to the ones here that are actually transforming the way our world works here on this land that we commonly call Canada. So I'm just going to take a peek here and see if I've got any more sand that can come in right now. Dun, dun, dun. And I was hoping that, let's just see. I'm going to check the some of the ones that had, I know Jet from the Philippines was going to come in and talk to us, and Suzanne in Pittsburgh was going to come talk to us about the latest thing, and I'm just trying to find out if they are coming. Okay. That's getting later for them, and okay, I just gotta check here. I'm gonna pass on. Newfoundland has just finished up. Okay, and so far, I think we're just in the holding zone for the moment. Okay. So this is also we've got it's happening on YouTube at the same time. And that was, I was just posting the link for someone that was asking it for that isn't here. For those on Facebook, yeah, you can obviously share it. The good thing about this is the fact that we can still share this message, right? Some of the other, as Bettina was saying, worldwide demonstration Facebook page got stopped, and the same thing with the Instagram. Now, it could have been possibly because of the directive that she mentioned about having to do with money, or it could just be like things happen on my computer now, disappear from my files automatically, things slow down, all the things they tell you if somebody might be hacking you. But I also know sometimes things mysteriously show up working to my favor. So even if somebody's tampering with my system, I know I'm always on the right side of the law. And the law is love always wins. The legal is a story made up on paper of acts and statutes that's fictitious, corporately run, men wearing masks now, carrying guns, hats, and glasses to a large degree, dark glasses to a lot of them, and think that that makes any sense, that those were always gangsters. And now I realize that maybe they actually are, because if there was a moral integrity in them, some of them at this point would have stepped up and said, stop. I can say that because I've actually given over 80 pages of police evidence in, and occurrences were filed with the RCMP and in Prince Edward Island, Charlottetown Police Services. And I've since given them other information to add to the incidents on party to offense. And I have had many experiences with their complete dismissal of anything other than what they choose to believe. So, Sandra, yes, thank you. Love to have you come on. You want to come on and talk, Sandra? Come join us. Yes. Love to have you. Do you want a link? I'm going to send you a link, Sandra. Da, da, da. Putting this link in the board here. So the great thing about holding the space open for coast to coast from each end of the land that we call Canada, from Newfoundland all the way to Vancouver Island, is that we are in a unified field. And when you hold this high vibe of possibility of standing for your rights and freedoms, knowing that those were given to you and that's who you are, then it's like the good rises to the top and the soot rises to the bottom. And right now, that's what's happening. We're having a little bit of gap. And between now and Worldwide Rally 4.0 and on November 20th, the Worldwide Rally 5.0, you're going to see where what's going to gravitate. Does the soot get cleaned up and all change? Does the soot just disappear? Who knows? This is part of the experience. We get to experience it moment by moment and see how the game plays out. And in this experience, right? And many of us know this is the moment we were here. This is the moment that was designed to be here. Is we feel we're absolutely victorious because, I don't know, maybe that's how we were programmed to believe that. I know I'd much rather hold that vision than hold the one that everybody's rights and freedoms and properties are going to be taken away and destroyed. And that it's all going to be clawed right back. And we're going to kind of start again. I think that's kind of a mirror image of another universe of when the first colonial nations came across and took all the original people's land and kind of said, don't worry about it. We're going to work with you. Trust us. It's like I don't know if you know, the Wampum Treaty back in 1613 was essentially the idea was the colonials stay in your ship, we'll stay in our canoe. We're two different streams, two different nations, right? That's where the concept comes nation to nation. When people go, well, how can you have a nation when you're in a nation? Because they're two separate nations. The colonials, though, never conquered the natives, the indigenous, the original people. They respected, but over time, they manipulated. They used arms, they used liquor, they used smallpox blankets, they genocided. We think maybe only, 60,000 died. It's not much. The original people think more like 60, maybe million, I think was the last number I heard, which seems totally way bigger than any atrocity that happened in World War II. They passed their information down by oral tradition, right? We were taught what was written on a piece of paper. Will we ever know the truth? Who knows? In your heart, you will recognize neither. We can't go back in history. We can't just change everything. We have to each do it now. And we're each on this land with this land right at the moment. And we have to make conscious, co-creative, collaborative decisions together. So the Anishinaabe, Solutrean, Métis Indigenous Nation and the peoples of the Salmon, the East and the West have created an alliance. We have created an alliance and we are here for the people, by the people, to bring forward the ancient teachings based on even the 7 grandmothers principles and rising up to new levels of being, working with the original peoples from all over the world. It's quite an amazing sacred circle that is happening right now. So there's always more going on than we can ever know. Okay, so I'm going to take one more look and see, because you know what, I just might call this show over if I can't get Joelle out in BC. So let me just see here. Okay. I'm going to try one more time. Okay, so and the last thing that I'm going to do here is I've put here, I'll show this link. This is the link. If you have, you want to jump on and express your experience here, because this is about all of us, right? Each of us has a unique perception, a unique perspective as we stand in the circle of life. And we are happy to have all perspectives, because that's what freedom is about, is the ability for each of us to speak, right? The 5 freedoms we're standing for here on Worldwide is the freedom to speak, the freedom to moral conscience, the freedom to move, the freedom of assembly, and the freedom of health, bodily integrity. So it's all part of the process. Hey, Chad, there you go. So the beautiful thing is we're all in this together, a team. And if you've ever watched any sort of sporting event or participated in a sporting event, a team has to work together. You work together as a whole, as in unity. And you never blame one person for losing a game, because everybody has a role to play. And the game goes to the last minute of play. I love that there's been a couple great Super Bowls where in the last 2 minutes of play, the whole game is turned right around. Can't remember the Super Bowl numbers at this point, but it's like, that's the idea. We could be winning, okay? We can be winning, let's just say 45. It's a massacre, 45-21. Okay, we're going into the 4th quarter. We have to still play the 4th quarter, because the 4th quarter has to get played, even though it's pretty impossible unless we fumble all the time. So if you keep your vibe high, we're going to win this game, but we got to finish the game. So we keep our vibe high, we stay focused, and we're all good. So I'm going to read this here. I'm going to post this. So Sandra is just saying she can't connect because she's out on the Sunshine Coast, which is just, so now we're coast to coast. Thank you, Sandra. Totally, you made my day. Chanting love, peace, harmony, soul song for all and Mother Earth. Love, peace, harmony. And isn't that so? And so it is. Imagine if you all just repeated that right now that are watching. Just say that out loud. Love, peace, harmony. Soul song for all and Mother Earth. Love, peace, harmony. Love, peace, harmony. Right? The drum is one of these beautiful instruments that is like the sound of the mother's heartbeat. There is, I posted a video yesterday on my Facebook of, came from Portugal, and it was all the drummers that were going to be drumming, in the sense today. It was also happening in some of the other places. They were going to start with the single drum, and they were going to move all the way to a band, right? And a brass drumming set. And the idea is drums are in every single culture. Music is in every single culture. Dance is in everything. That's movement, right? It's expression. This is what we're talking about. And when you're free to speak and express, and you resonate with the presence, as Sandra has just shared here, you're in that love, peace, harmony. You know that all is good. The Sunshine Coast is magnificent. It's beautiful. It's extraordinary. If you've never seen a picture or been there, just go Google this after this. It's like, for some people, Prince Edward Island, it's like a whole other vibe, right? You know those places in nature. It could be up north. You know in your heart what resonates true for you with nature. And when you find those beautiful, magnificent places that are all over planet Earth, Hawaii, Philippines, Australia, India, they're all different, all special, all unique, and all have a vibe. When I was in Costa Rica last year on high in the mountaintop, it was like the vultures would be, they were amazing to watch. It was so exciting and so awe-inspiring. That's the real beauty, is we can do this. We can do this. Chad is saying we have a beautiful sunny 22 degrees here in Newfoundland and Labrador, right? Coast to coast, right? That really is in Newfoundland. 22 degrees is a pretty great day. And if we had to look at that and say, even here, the sun is brilliantly shining here, and up most of the week, it was going to said it was going to rain all week long. And I think the weather has been great all along. Toronto, the sun was so bright, Catherine was, could barely see into the camera. But if that's the idea that the sun right now is shining light brilliantly all across our great land, and you can step into that and feel that vibe of peace, harmony, love, vitality, health, that there's going to be answers and solutions, it's so much better to live in. And even if, well, I'm hoping, well, no, I kind of expect that there's going to be a bit of a situation with the election. I just have to speak my truth, what's coming through me. And so for some that might be attached to the way that election is going to occur, I would like you to consider that that's your moment to reframe. And that's the moment to have a next part of a shift in consciousness. Because whatever happens is going to happen. And then the results of what our experience is and how we embody that within ourselves is going to be our experience. So if you can stay in a high vibe and see that that experience of whatever's going to happen is really for all the people that still trusted the election process, it's for those that trusted the election process to realize it isn't quite what we think it is. Now, I could be entirely wrong, but I said that from the moment they called an election. I think this is just going to be a clear sign that we're going to realize that elections and democracy and what we thought were freedom are nothing at all about what we thought. And that's the next big deception revealed. I'm happy to be completely wrong about that. I'm happy to see the People's Party in every seat. The Green Party, whichever, maybe some of them in there. I'm happy to see all that. I'm happy to see wonderful shift in dynamics. And I'm also happy to see a lovely de jure government that is completely different, full of men and women, heart to heart, willing to change the world, one honest heart at a time. So thanks for telling us, Chad, about the beautiful sunny weather, and Sandra from coast to coast. So eventually that really does join us coast to coast. That's why I said Canada, coast to coast. So Chad's in Newfoundland, Sandra's on Sunshine Coast. I'm here closer to Chad and PEI. It's been great. We've had conversations with New Brunswick and Kelowna, and in Toronto, they had about 30,000 probably in Toronto, most men in uniform that have been out in a while. And that's, they have a much bigger population. So I think a lot of the areas, surrounding areas in Toronto actually came out. But as Bettina said in Kelowna, there are 7 locations, not 5, 7 locations in BC for the Worldwide Rally this year, which is bigger. Quebec was doing a convoy, and so I guess they couldn't get on because, at one point, I think in our May rally, they had something like 45 locations that were happening in Quebec City. Then the next time they had them all in Montreal. So they had like 1 million people in Montreal. So now they were doing a convoy. So they are just, they're under a slightly different legislation because now that we realize there's no constitution, they really are under France, right? Even though they're part of over here, there's still some nitty gritties that are associated with there, and hence why the legislation is a little bit different. However, this is all going to get rectified as we realize we, the people, for the people, by the people, are going to come into a new unified freedom alliance, heart to heart, soul to soul, coast to coast. So I really thank you all for being here, and thank you for sharing your perspectives. I'm going to check one last time to see if I've got anybody else coming in for BC that I know of right now, because if not, I am going to actually say sayonara. It's been 5 hours, and I think I've said all the things that are coming to me. Spirit has this wonderful, wonderful way with me to just channel, and in the sense of just giving me things to say, and then it kind of says, "You're done." So I really want to just sign off with this: is open up your posture, open up the palm of your hands as if you're ready to receive a gift. Okay. And just as Sandra was saying about love, peace, harmony, it's like just think of something that brings you joy, that truly brings you the sense of joy, whatever it is that is. If it's nature, if it's a family member, it's a feeling. Just allow yourself to think about that. And as you're thinking about that, I am just going to say a few things that are coming to me. I am asking for your highest and very best good, and every single individual in our wonderful land that we commonly call Canada, from coast to coast, in our wonderful world that we call Earth, for every single country, every single individual that makes up our so-called 8 billion people on this planet, for all the plants, the animals, for the sun and the moon and the ocean and the air, for the land that we are with, for all the creatures, the insects, for everything that is divinely inspired and connected. And I'm thankful for the technology that we have, that we've been able to connect together. And I'm thankful for, all aspects of that and the beautiful day that we've all had. And I'm really just grateful and thankful that we have the ability to be free, the freedom to speak, the freedom to have a moral conscience, the freedom to move, the freedom to assemble, and the freedom of our health, for a freedom of our life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It is our freedom and our right to stand in who we truly are, a co-creative expression of God, source, consciousness, however you want to call it. God is working through each and every one of us at any given moment in time, inspired to us however it is you believe. And we are created in his likeness and image, and each uniquely and each perfectly designed to be all that we're meant to be. And together we are shining one big light all around the world today, all around from coast to coast in this beautiful country. And we, the people, are who we've been waiting for. We are the change, we are the light, and we are the love. And I'm so very, very grateful to have this experience with all of you. And so it is. I love you all. You have a fabulous, wonderful rest of your day, and stay in the positive vibes. If you need more positivity, you can always find Heart Walkers. We do Sunday mornings. That's a male-female Zoom call to help you navigate between the old world to the new world, mind to heart. I also have the Healing Circle with the Sisters of Turtle Island. That is Sunday evenings and Thursday evenings. All of that is available to anybody. You can find information on that, my website, which is bestwholelyworld.com, essentially, because I believe everybody is designed to have their best whole new world. And now it makes perfect sense to me that all that vision that came to me in 2017, 1 billion people healed from the inside out, trusting their inner guidance and enjoying the journey to their heart's desires. Who would have known that we'd be at this space and time? But I do totally 100% believe that that's where we're going, to everyone's best whole new world. Mwah! Lots of love. Thanks for being here.